What is up, everybody? There we go. It is good to be here, man. It's been a year since big draft stream. One of the best days of the year, easily. It is so good to be here. Thank you, everybody in the chat. We already get 630 people. This is going to be not just an amazing night, but an amazing weekend. We already, we're actually starting early this time. We already knocked out one technical issue. You guys can let us know how the audio levels are. Make sure, see, like the Teddy Cam is deciding it doesn't want to do its job, so this is why we start early. I guess I'll just do this, because Teddy is in the house. I don't know how this all got turned around, but I got it. It's right here. Boom! Theodore himself. Just got to slide him down here a little bit because the underdog fantasy is blocking him. There he is. Teddy is very excited. He's a little bummed he's got to wait till 28 to see his Bengals pick. We got our first super chat of the night from Brayton. Enjoy Miles Murphy. He'll look great in a Packers uniform. Miles Murphy would be far from the worst pick Brian Gutekunst has ever made. I mean, as long as it isn't Keon White, I think I can be okay. I think the other guy that I'd be pretty underwhelmed with would be Darnell Wright. I think he's going to be a good player. I just think 13 is a little bit early, but really thinking about it, Keon White is the one guy where I'm like, that is effing up the draft. Wow, we are up to 820 people in the house. You guys are amazing. Draft season has been so spectacular. This has been by far the best draft season we've had. Shout out to Underdog Fantasy, by the way, for frickin' sponsoring the show today. They've been so great to work with. We're gonna be promoting them throughout the night. Maybe even talking a little bit about what these landing spots might do for their fantasy football projections. We got a super chat from Wade. Keon White at 7 to the Raiders. Dude, I think you're fine with Mike Mayock no longer and Gruden no longer in control. Yes, all spoilers, you guys, are heavily frowned upon. You will be immediately banned from the chat if you spoil a pick. Don't even joke about it. No one is here for that. No one appreciates that. It's not funny. So you've been warned now. A super chat. Greetings from the UK. You got your new Panthers jersey. All right. Did you just risk it and buy a Bryce Young jersey and expect them not to screw things up? Another super chat from Brandon. I don't know who the Lions will take, but I hope they get in trouble for turning their pick in too fast again. That was with the Aiden Hutchinson pick last year. Yeah, they couldn't wait to get that one in. That is for sure. From Steven or Stefan, classic clip last year when the Packers took Quay Walker. Man, that was like a eye-openingly horrible pick. I don't think they can do worse than that for Green Bay. I think Keon White would be about as bad. Both definitely worthy of Fs. Thanks for the super chat, Pylon. So there are some trade rumors starting to swirl. The Titans may be on the phone with Arizona, trying to make something happen. I think it makes sense for Tennessee. I also heard they might be interested in getting DeAndre Hopkins in that deal, which is very fascinating to me because I think they're more of a win-now team than they honestly get credit for. I always see the Titans as like, oh, this team's going to be picking in the top 5 next year. I couldn't disagree more. I mean, Mike Vrabel in the last 2 years has had his team fall apart due to injuries, and they've still been in the hunt for the playoffs. Like, they still, in a nightmare season, scrapped through with Josh Dobbs at quarterback into like a Week 18 game for the playoffs. And they have a loaded up defense. Like, they might not be a Super Bowl contender next year, but they're not going to be a top 5 worst team in the NFL next year. Mike Vrabel has proved to us time and time again that they're too good of a culture to do that. So they are in kind of striking distance in a deep quarterback class. I think it's one of those situations where they feel like this is about as close as they're going to get, and they need a transition away from Ryan Tannehill. But I think they can compete for a year with Ryan Tannehill if they go with like a Levis or Richardson, or even if they get Stroud at number 3. I really think they would be the premium trade-up candidate. We have now passed 1,000 people in the chat. The draft hasn't even started yet. I don't know if the sound bites are working. You guys will have to let me know. I just tried to hit you all with a dude. And then, I did see that CJ Stroud's gambling odds to be the number 2 pick just skyrocketed today. I'm not quite sure what that is all about. Could be something leaked. Could be just all the money came in on CJ Stroud. I don't know. But that's going to be kind of what all of our eyes are going to be on the number 2 pick. And for Houston, like, it could be so interesting. I think taking Will Anderson is the right call for that defense. But you have that number 12 pick. If you don't go quarterback there, you're going to kind of start some chaos. And it's going to get interesting to see, like, does Stroud start to slip? Does Richardson start to slip? Do the Texans come up maybe with like Atlanta at 8 and still like have their cake and eat it too, basically getting Will Anderson, but also a quarterback that they might have been considering there at number 2 all along? I think that's going to be a very fascinating thing and would be an amazing draft for the Texans, a franchise-altering. I mean, you get potentially your quarterback and a blue-chip defensive player to come in with your new head coach. I would love that. So we got a couple other super chats. You guys are amazing. They're coming in already. From Brian, started watching my draft content this season. My work is incredible. Thank you, Brian. I really appreciate it. Thoughts on Bijan at 10 and Osiris Torrance at 30? I love it, man. That run game would be absurd. I don't know if I don't know if Howie's going to do it. I really think it would be a good pick for the Eagles. He's the best pound for pound, position value aside. Bijan Robinson is the best player in this draft class. You put him on that Eagles run game that was already like, I get the argument is they already have a great run game, but why not have a literal unstoppable run game? You're talking about a guy that made almost 50% of his potential tacklers missed last year. You get that guy with the best blocking with a quarterback design run game that's just going to open up space, get him to the second level against a linebacker. He's going to make that guy miss, 30-40% more often than the next guy down, especially in the Eagles case, like more than Rashad Penny. And like, with all due respect to Rashad Penny and Kenneth Gainwell, this is a different type of running back. Miles Sanders isn't there anymore. So I really would be excited for that run game and terrified. It's a rare situation where I think a running back really would set them over the edge. They're already over the edge, but it could be a true game changer. Tons of super chats. I'm going to keep answering these. From Yosh, love your content. Curious, do you think Anthony Richardson as a prospect? Do I like Anthony Richardson as a prospect more than I liked Trey Lance? Yes, I do. I have a 6.55 grade on Richardson, which is in that boom or bust grade range as a first-round talent. I had, I believe, a 6.54 on Trey Lance, and then I had a 6.53 on Justin Fields. So I really think he's in the almost an identical category as those quarterbacks, but I do like him better. I think his arm talent is better and his athleticism is better than both those players. I feel like he showed the most actual pro reads out of those 3 quarterbacks with Fields and Richardson. So I do have him just a tick above them, but he's in that same category for me. And I tweeted out back in January that Anthony Richardson, to me, is a better prospect than Justin Fields was, and I got absolutely just scrutinized for that. But in hindsight, I think that was a pretty good take, and I think a lot of people would probably say the same now. From Izana Ravens get D-Hop and pick 34. Cards get 122 and the third round pick. I feel like that's overpaying if you're the Ravens. Although it's basically the equivalent of like a late second. I think that could work. Move down and get like Stevenson. That could work. And the Ravens always have a million compensatory picks. So, MC, thank you for the super chat. Lycon, let's go Bryce. Please, God, pick Bryce. I know, man. If I were a Panthers fan, I would be absolutely terrified with all those CJ Stroud rumors. But I think you're safe. I really do. It's just, it never made sense for me for the guy to be Stroud. I just don't think he's not a good enough quarterback to move up to number one and give up all those picks. Like, I just would have disagreed with the evaluation that Stroud is better than Bryce, and I feel like they could have moved up to 3 with Arizona and not had to give up DJ Moore if Stroud really was their guy. And, maybe Houston takes him, but like for me, Stroud, Richardson, and Levis are in a tier 2, and Young is in a tier 1. From Christian, appreciate you, Christian. Good to see you, dude. Love the draft, but this was the first year that all the leaks and hot takes started to get to me. But I'm hyped for TFG Live. Let's go. Yeah, the leaks this year were kind of all over the place, honestly. But I don't know if it was any more or less than what we've seen in years past. Cowgirl Queen, thank you for the super chat. Logan, good to see you, dude. Loyal sub since 2018. I deserve it. Appreciate you, Logan. Very kind. From Snapshot, Packers will pick Keon White. Search your feelings. You know it to be true. Oh, you are getting me with a Star Wars reference. You can hit me with all the Star Wars references you want. It's not going to make the Packers taking Keon White at 13 any better of a pick. Oh, my God. Can we just get past 13 and it not be Keon White, please? A 20. So why do I not like Keon White at 13? To me, he is like maybe the most questionable first-round hype guy that I've ever seen. Like, the idea that he's a first-round prospect to me just doesn't add up. He's 24 years old. He's played one good year at Georgia Tech. I have Keon White as a third-round grade. He's, again, 24 years old. The idea is he is this super freak athlete, a Trayvon Walker type of pick, which was already a mistake for Trayvon Walker to go number 1 last year. So we're like building hype off of bad hype. But here's the thing. He only ran a 4.76 40. 34-inch vertical jump is solid, but like nothing special. 117-inch broad jump. Like, he had very average, like, sure, at 285 pounds for an edge rusher, good numbers, but like nothing different than like what you're getting down the board from Zach Harrison out of Ohio State. Dylan Horton had the same jumps, I think would have ran in the same territory. Like, you're talking about a similar athlete to those kind of guys in the third round, but he's 3 years older. He has no idea what he's doing as a pass rusher. He just is a battering ram, and he generates power from his lower half, but his arms aren't strong. That's what drives me crazy about him. So I have a third-round grade on Keon White, and I could not even fathom the idea that a team would take him in the first round, and he's been invited to the draft. So somebody has fallen in love with him, and I am just unbelievably terrified that team is the Green Bay Packers, who last year took a third-round player, in my opinion, in Quay Walker, in the first round. It's I can't imagine. I can't imagine if the Packers do it, but Brian Gutekunst is like that sometimes. Another Packers super chat from Chandler. Thank you, Chandler. Can Keon White have a Blake Martinez type impact on the Packers defense, where he just starts for 5 years and does nothing? Yeah, that sounds about right. From MC from Australia. Man, that just always blows my mind that we got people all around the world. What time is it in Australia? It's got to be like I don't even know, probably like 4 in the morning. That's nuts. Have a coffee for me. But your Steelers mocks bored me with Joey Porter, but it makes sense. Hoping we get the best OT or cornerback available. Yeah, I know. I kind of bored myself going Joey Porter, but I'm of the mindset that I'm not going to just make I do want to just genuinely make what I feel is the best pick every time. And he landing to Pittsburgh at 17 just always happened to make so much sense. Luckily, I snuck in a couple, other picks. A couple times had him go and tackle. But yeah, I think if Porter's there and Broderick Jones and Paris Johnson are gone and Peter Skoronski, I think Porter would probably be the pick for them. Like, I'd rather go Porter for me than Darnell Wright. Nocturnal, thank you for the super chat. Bryson, these super chats are flying in. You guys are incredible. Thank you. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to catch up on all these before the Panthers pick is in. But as a Minnesota Vikings fan, hope we get Anthony Richardson. It'll remind me of the good old days with Moss and Culpepper. Yeah, dude, as a Packers fan, I hope you guys do not get Anthony Richardson because that would be an amazing spot for him. If he starts to slip to 8, 9, 10, 11, they're going to be a potential trade-up team. And I don't think that's an impossible situation. I think it's unlikely, though, for sure. Could the Giants trade up for a wide receiver tonight? I really don't see that happening. I think the Giants have they've put Band-Aids on their wide receiver needs, and obviously you're not drafting for immediate needs, and you want to plan for the future like that. But to trade up for a wide receiver in this draft, I think would be a mistake. They have so many holes in the secondary, linebacker, offensive line. Like, to me, I think that would be a mistake. And I don't think they're going to do it either because even trading up for like Jackson Smith and Jigba, to me, if he falls into your lap, I'm cool with it. But I don't know. I feel like they're going to be a best player available team at 25 and be pretty stationary. Maddie, favorite football channel, thank you. Those are very kind words. There's a lot of amazing channels out there. As a Packers fan from Nunavut, Canada. You've been to Canada. You don't know? My wife is here. We will eventually hear her voice. Not about Canada. She says her first words in this draft stream are not going to be talking about Canada. No offense to Canada. Would it be a mistake for the Packers if the Packers don't pick a wide receiver or tight end at 13? I don't think it's a critical mistake. It's just like entirely depends on day 2. There are very real good options for them in day 2. Guys like Michael Wilson, Josh Downs. I think these tight ends could slip, especially if Green Bay doesn't make the same mistake they made last year and jumpstart the position slide at the position that they need, right? They took Quay Walker in the first round last year. He might have been there at 52 or like-minded, like-bodied prospects, guys like Chad Muma. But if the tight ends don't come off the board, I think you're looking at Green Bay, second, third round. You can still afford to go defense or offensive line and still turn it into a good draft. To me, what you don't want to do is make dramatic reaches for guys like Keon White, of course. And the other guy I'm slightly I would just not be ecstatic about is Darnell Wright. I've heard a lot of buzz that they're going to go tackle. To me, I think I get it. I'm never overly critical of a team for, investing in the offensive line. I think it's a smart thing to do, but it wouldn't be the direction I would go, that's for sure. Would I be happy with the Packers taking Jordan Addison? They're not going to do it, so I'm not worried about it. I don't even think Jordan Addison's on their draft board. They just value size that much, and I just feel like if they're not going to draft a true, they might take Jackson Smith and Jigba, but he's a little bit bigger, right? If they feel like they need a slot guy, because in their mind, if you're that small, you're a slot guy. You're not a perimeter player. I know that they probably have a 4th round grade on Jordan Addison if he's even on their draft board. But I'd be excited. Like, I like Jordan Addison. He's my 25th player in this draft. But I don't see them doing that. Do I put any stock in the S2 intelligence test? Yeah, let's get this out of the way. A lot of people, I can't imagine it's going to be the first S2 question because it's a very fascinating subject right now. It's just tough because it's it's such new information and it's kind of like unavailable information. All we have is going off of like reports that we don't know how reliable they are in today's economy. I do believe in the idea of the S2 test. Everything I've heard from people in the league is like they're putting a lot of value on this. And there's a big belief that the second Bryce Young scored a 98 on that sucker, the Panthers were like, yeah, he's our guy, right? So I believe in the idea of a test being basically the 40-yard dash for a quarterback's mind, if that makes sense, where no, you're not ignoring the tape or anything like that, but it's a piece of the puzzle. And if you have a guy that isn't able to process general information quickly and it's something you can actually put a physical number on it, I think that actually has a ton of value. I mean, Brock Purdy had the best S2 score in the draft last year, and we saw what he did as a rookie. Being able to react on the fly to new information, and it's not, I think it's important to clarify, I don't know if they call it the S2 intelligent test. I don't think it is called that. It's not an intelligence test. It is a cognitive test where they're just throwing shapes at you and seeing how quickly your brain can process new information. So it's tough because it's new. We don't have a large sample size of it telling us if it applies to NFL success or not. But it has definitely got my fascination. And if, say, CJ Stroud really struggles at the next level in certain areas, like handling disguised coverages where the safeties are rotating, or, in those play extension situations where, yeah, he was great in the Georgia game, but throughout the season, he was really erratic and unpredictable in those situations where he's got to react to new information on the fly. I think, and I get it, we don't even know how reliable the sources are that he scored poorly on the S2 test, but I think it's just like something that we can't really, like, I didn't change my grade on Stroud. He's still my quarterback too. And if I were to take a quarterback, like, if my second quarterback, it would still be Stroud. But I think it's just something to kind of keep in our back pockets and continue to understand. I got to peep the Eagles-Cardinals trade. What happened? I completely missed it. I don't see anything about it, so we will react to that if it happens and as it comes in. Still catching up on these super chats. You guys again are just so generous already. We have I think already the draft has started. By the way, the Panthers are on the clock, but we are already, I think, almost at the peak of where we were last year. If we get to 2,000 viewers tonight, I don't know if we got confirmation if the sound bites are working, but we will have to pop off the sound bites if we can get over 2,000 here tonight. From Peter, though, from the UK, you Europeans staying up late for the draft. It's good to know that there are some diehard NFL fans out there. I'm a big fan of England, London. So proud to have like 3% of the audience is you guys. So shout out to all the English people in the chat. But thoughts on the Lamar contract? I've been so busy that I didn't even see the details of it, but I really don't care. He's one of those pay him whatever he wants type of quarterbacks, in my opinion. So I don't think I ever dipped below like 70% confidence that he was still going to be back in Baltimore, that they would figure things out. Really good to see. Very excited for the Ravens. They can relax. They can focus here on draft day. They don't have to entertain Hendon Hooker or making a trade for Trey Lance or anything crazy like that. So I think they're going to be just rocked, rearing and ready to go, locked and loaded, and rocked solid is the three phrases I was just mixing up in my mind there. But yeah, they're gonna be super fun. They're gonna be a fun deep dive this year for sure. Just to tease a little bit, they'll probably be a little bit higher than consensus for me. Love the way that defense is shaping up, and I feel like they finally have everything in place for Lamar. From Nick, something tells me the Lions are going to trade up to 3 for Will Anderson and trade up again for Deonte Banks. A+, let Brad Holmes cook. That would be disgusting if they did that in the best of ways. 2 premium defensive talents. It'd be pretty insane. From Man, I can't even keep up with all you guys. You are so generous. From Kush. Good to have you back, man. Appreciate you. Is Jahmyr Gibbs going in the first round? I'll give him a 50% chance that Jahmyr Gibbs goes in the first round. I think there's definitely a couple teams at the back of the first. Like the Eagles, I think, would think about it. Could a team trade up for a running back? I don't really see that. I really just look at Eagles, and a trade up would probably be. I mean, maybe the Cowboys would do it, but those are the teams. From Jack, Texans take Anderson at 2 and then take a QB in 2024. That's probably the route I would go unless one starts to become available for using that 12th pick or to trade up with that 12th pick. But I just think Anderson with that defense is going to make a massive impact and is worth taking him at 2. We'll see what they do.
If we don't get to people's super chat, have them instant message you on Instagram so we can get to them later.
Okay. If I happen to miss anybody's super chat, DM me on Instagram so that I don't miss you. But I think I might be able to catch up, which we're going to need fillers anyway, so I will get to every single super chat tonight, I promise. Tanner, you the man, Tanner. Appreciate you. Good to have you back. Is this year 2 or year 3 for you, Tanner? Or maybe it's longer than that. Tanner's always popping off in these chats. From Adam, do I think Trey Lance gets traded tonight? I do not. I just think the Niners maybe entertained calls for a little bit to see if anyone was going to give up a first, but the second I just really don't see why the Niners would trade him for a second-round pick. They have a quarterback debacle right now, and Trey Lance is a part of that. It just doesn't make sense to me to get him for a bag of peanuts when relative to how much they just invested. I still think he's got potential. But, of course, when they hit on Brock Purdy, things get complicated, right? The one team that would make sense, by the way, is Houston for Trey Lance because they have that Niners staff coming over. So if those guys believe in Trey Lance, there could be a connection there. From Peyton, massive fan from my northern neighbor. I'm assuming you mean Canadian, unless you mean North Dakota. Because there's no other northern neighbors than that. We got about 2 of them. I guess Alaska. Was curious what you think the chances of the Bills getting D-Hop is, and would he be worth it? Chances? I don't know. I think it's whoever's willing to give up a second-round pick. The Cardinals are going to jump on it. I think he'd be worth it. I do. I don't know if they can fit him in their cap. I'd have to kind of dig into that. I haven't heard a whole lot of interest in that regard, but I would like it. But I don't know about chances, unfortunately. From Shadrick, Flowers and Addison are better fits than JSN if Green Bay doesn't look their way. Better fits for Green Bay, I'm assuming you mean? Oh, I see what you're saying, because you're referencing that they won't draft guys because of their size. And yes, you're preaching to the choir, Shadrach. The fact that Green Bay takes about anywhere from a third to 50% of the wide receiver pool every year, whether it's free agents or the draft, and just crosses them off because they aren't big enough, is so unbelievably stupid. And it's just another notch in the mismanagement and the ways that they run that organization that have held them back. But unfortunately, it is the way they operate. I would be completely stunned. Flowers, I think, is thick enough that maybe they would think about it. But Addison is just such a twig, they would not even consider it. You know, they have signed Bo Melton because he's a theoretical deep threat. I don't think they see Addison that way. Flowers would be less surprising than Addison. From Connor, I'm a Jets fan. Who do I think you pick tonight? Well, by the way, I am also a Jets fan now. Packers and Jets, if you'll have me. But I won't say we yet. We'll see how it goes. The pick is coming in, by the way. But I had the Jets grabbing Broderick Jones earlier. So here's the pick, and we're expecting Bryce Young. He's probably going to be... I don't have the... Yeah, there it is. All right, Bryce is off the board. Good job, Carolina Panthers. Good work. I'm going to give this pick a love it grade. I'll wait till my amazing wife updates the graphic there. Shout out to Anna doing the tech work behind the scenes here tonight. So this isn't working either. Dang it. Bear with me, guys. I need to fix this. Something changed when I reloaded this or something. But come on. All right. Well, while we do this, I am going to roll a B-roll here. This show is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy, the easiest place to play fantasy football. The moment this draft is complete, Best Ball Mania 4 goes live, and it is the biggest fantasy football competition of all time. Not even kidding. It's only $25 to enter for your shot at $15 million in total prizes and a first place prize of $3 million. You won't want to miss out on this action. The best part is, because it's best ball format, all you have to do is draft your teams, which you can do at home on your phone thanks to the amazing Underdog app. In Best Ball Mania, you join the tournament, draft your team as you would in any normal fantasy football league, and your lineup is locked in once the draft is complete. No waivers, no trades. That's right, it is set it and forget it until it's time to collect your cash. Underdog automatically optimizes your lineup weekly to create the highest scoring option. What are you waiting for? Get signed up at UnderdogFantasy.com or via the App Store with promo code TFG, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code TFG for your shot at $15 million inside Best Ball Mania 4. This show is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy, the easiest place to play fantasy football. The moment this draft... That started playing a second time, right? I can't hear it on my end. But, all right, well... I can at least do it with my mouse. That's fine. Stream Deck letting us down. Elgato, come on. But we are changing, instead of doing A+, A, B, C, D, F, gonna add a little bit more context to it. Still kind of lines up with the grade if you want to think about it that way. But I have love it is the equivalent of an A. I have above this, I have the... I'm just going to show them what they'll look like here as we wait for the number 2 pick, because this is going to get very interesting with what the Texans here do. But I have Certified Steal. That is for like the most incredible picks, and I'll get into the analysis, guys. Don't worry. I got Like It, which is just a little bit below Love It. Fine. Question the pick. And then I got your Quay Walker level Hate It picks. I can't wait till you screenshot me hating the Bryce Young pick and using that against me. But no, we love this pick. Bryce Young, the Panthers move up for their franchise quarterback. They persevere through all of the CJ Stroud rumors. I tweeted the second this trade happened that this was Bryce Young and that it was a great move for the Panthers. And then it came out that DJ Moore was traded. And I was like, whoa, that's a lot. But I still, despite a lot of people freaking out about losing DJ Moore, I still liked it for the Panthers because of how generational not going to use that word. That word is overused. Bryce Young is not a generational quarterback prospect, but how monumental of a difference maker he can be. Like that Joe Burrow level, step in immediately and completely turn the tides of your team. And I mean, Joe Burrow stepped in for the Bengals year 1, and like, if he didn't get hurt, he may have led that garbage team. No offense to the Bengals fans in the house, but talk to Teddy about that. But I think that's going to be a similar situation. I think there is a chance that Bryce Young is a top 3 quarterback in the NFC this year. Now, that is a testament to how poor the quarterback play is in that conference. But to me, you're going to be able to swallow losing DJ Moore if Bryce Young becomes a top 5 to 8 quarterback. I don't know if he'll be in the Mahomes tier ever, but I think he can be in that second tier of like great franchise quarterbacks, the Lamar Jackson tier, if you will. I said earlier, that quarterback, that pay him whatever you want type of quarterback. To me, that's tier 1 and tier 2. And for me, Bryce Young has a very good chance of being that player. His biggest strength to me is how the game just moves in slow motion. I think the fact, we were talking about the S2 cognitive test earlier, the fact that he scored so incredibly well on that kind of adds up with what you see with him on the field, the way he processes information, the way he's able to read defenses, react to the pass rush. He has that rare trait that no quarterback in this class has, and maybe 5 quarterbacks in the NFL has, that rare eye in the back of his head to feel and navigate pressure while still keeping his eyes downfield and extending plays. I get the size concerns, the frame, durability might be in question for him, but Andrew Luck and Cam Newton had their careers cut short from injuries just as much as smaller quarterbacks have. So love the pick, and wow, the Texans do go with quarterback CJ Stroud. So this was always going to be the pivot point of the draft, and I think this, I'm not going to say it's more interesting than if they would have gone with an edge rusher, but what happens next is going to get really fascinating. But as far as this for the Texans, I do not hate it. We'll wait till the graphic is updated, and then I'll give my final grade here. But I don't. This is going to be a like it ultimately. I do believe that they were going to have an opportunity, whether it was later in this draft to move up or in next year's class, to get a quarterback at least of similar caliber to CJ Stroud. I do like CJ Stroud. I liked him more than I thought. My comparison for him has evolved from Jared Goff with wheels to we were shouting out the Englishman earlier. Connor, I will give you a shout out. Long-term patron was like, is he not just Dak Prescott then if he's Jared Goff with wheels? And that's it. I mean, he is, to me, a player that the reported low S2, I'm not going to obsess about the cognitive test thing, but if you're basing this idea that he is a quarterback that doesn't necessarily react to information as quickly, I do think you see some of that in his play extension. Now, of course, the Georgia game was so amazing that you can start to second guess some of that. But you take his full body of work, going back to his sophomore year, his junior year, really was not a good quarterback under pressure. And I think his pocket presence is always such a difficult conversation. I do think, and I did think throughout the year, that when he gets pressured, he can step out of a rush, use his athleticism that he does have, scramble, pick up first downs, make plays on the move. Granted, we saw some erratic decision-making when he started to make plays on the move. But what I didn't like about him, unlike Bryce Young, is it's one thing to sense when pressure is there, when you see it. It's a whole nother thing to be able to sense when pressure isn't there, to navigate to the clean space in the pocket, to not bail from clean pockets, to buy time for yourself. And I did see CJ Stroud often bail out of clean pockets and not sense blindside pressure. So those are some of the things that are big knocks that I've always had on someone like Dak Prescott, on a Jared Goff, on a Ryan Tannehill. I see a very similar player in those regards when you want to talk about those elite level traits that I just don't think he has. Now, what he does have is a really good field vision. When he is standing in a clean pocket, he can get through his progressions much more than his Ohio State predecessors. Going back to like the criticisms on Justin Fields being a first read quarterback, that's not what I'm saying about CJ Stroud. When he has a clean pocket, he understands his progressions. They were able to run a much more pro style offense in that system last year. And you saw some really high-level NFL throws. And his accuracy is spectacular. The way he throws the ball reminds me a lot of Jared Goff, who just straight up doesn't get enough credit for his ability to push the ball downfield and really throw dimes. I mean, you go back to Jared Goff against the Vikings on Monday Night Football in 2017. That was C.J. Stroud's Georgia game, right? Like, that was elite quarterback play in that game. Are you going to get that consistently with some of the reactionary stuff? To me, that's to be determined. But I do think you are getting a immediate starter, which they obviously need. You're getting a guy that can be a high floor quality starter in the NFL. If he turns into Dak Prescott, you're totally fine with that with the number 2 pick. Is it as exciting as just taking Will Anderson and maybe gambling that you could get Caleb Williams or maybe Drake May turns into that guy next year too? No, it's not as exciting. It's not as high upside, but it's really hard to be overly critical of this pick as well. So we're going to give it a like it grade. And then get through some more of these super chats. I need something to drink. We've been
Can you get rid of that for the F?
which
In the lower right corner.
the lower right corner F. Oh, no, I can't get rid of that. That's a part of YouTube's integration. It's blocking the QB.
That's okay. You can still see it.
Okay, cuz I was going to say if you just hit enter or tab over from the QB, it'll push it to the left a little bit.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what you call a watermark that YouTube implements. So that's unfortunately stuck there. All right. By the way, I never confirmed if the sound bites are working or not. They're not working. All right. Well, that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Cue the John Cena music. We have 2,100 viewers in the house tonight. Unbelievable, you guys. Couldn't be more excited to have all you here. We got a couple more super chats. We got 1 minute and 10 seconds for the Cardinals. They're shopping this pick. I don't know if they're going to get trade offers now that CJ Stroud just went off the board. So that's one of those domino effects. If they stay put here, I think you. And that's the other thing is I don't know if they knew if Will Anderson was going to be there for them. So,
Texans traded to 3.
oh my God, they are going to have their cake and eat it too. Houston Texans, welcome to the big boys table. Now let's wait and see who they pick. Let's wait and see who they pick here, because if this is Tyree Wilson, who they reportedly liked, I will be very skeptical because they probably had to give up a future first to make this happen. They have 2 first-round picks. They probably gave him Cleveland's first next year, which hurts less after you take your quarterback. But if they take Will Anderson here, the Houston Texans are officially freaking dope. So we'll see what they do here. I think I have time to answer Keon White's super chat. I know it's not the real Keon White because he's for some reason in the draft room in Kansas City. I don't think he's watching the stream from the green room. But thank you for the super chat. Super excited to be working. You are commenting from Keon White's perspective to be working with superstars, established superstars like Quay Walker and Devontae Wyatt. You are getting me revved up, man. You are getting me revved up, just like this trade up is. I'm so stoked for the Texans. This is amazing. You have Texans fans. You guys have been through absolute misery the last 3 years. You've been through the Deshaun Watson situation. You've had, Lovie Smith says on a kind of a fake coach hire in David Culley. 2 coaches, 2 years. You lose your franchise superstar. J.J. Watt doesn't want to play for you anymore. You have to go through the end of the Bill O'Brien era where he got full reins to the roster and it just, went down the drain. Nick Caserio comes in and has to deal with, oh my gosh, the guy in the building that was just horrible. The team president guy, not the guy on the business side, but the other guy. Can't think of his name, but here's the pick. Who's it going to be? Better be Will Anderson. Will Anderson to the Texans. Unbelievable. Good freaking work, Houston Texans. So, I am going to change this. This, to me, while it's not necessarily a certified steal in terms of value, this is about where he was supposed to go in the top 3 of the draft. The fact that they, like I said, get to eat their cake or have their cake and eat it too. So fun. You get your franchise cornerstones with the new staff coming in on both sides of the ball. Will Anderson, a D'Amico or a Alabama defensive player, just like D'Amico Ryans was coming to the Houston Texans. You gotta not just love it, be so excited as this pick is going to go down as one of the best in the draft. I mean, phenomenal move for the Texans. And I don't know what the trade was. I'm going to imagine that the Cleveland Browns first-round pick next year was a part of this. I like it for the Cardinals, but you are passing up on a blue-chip defensive talent, moving down to the 12th pick. So
it says Cardinals get 12 and 33, a first in 2024, a third in 2024. Texans get the third in the 105 pick.
They get a third? What?
Yeah, or the third pick, sorry.
Oh, and then...
Here.
So... Wow, so they gave up pick 33 and a first next year. Wow, that is a lot. Love this for the Cardinals, honestly, seeing that return to get... I mean, you're basically getting 3 first-round picks here for Will Anderson, because that 33rd pick in the draft might as well be a late first-round pick. I still think it works both ways. I think this makes sense for the Cardinals, who need those picks. The Texans do actually have a deeper roster than the Cardinals, but the Texans did need to kind of have this... this is like the scene from Draft Day, like make a splash. They did it, and I think you're still extremely excited. And those were that first round pick next year. I don't know if it's their pick or Cleveland's, and I don't even know which you'd rather give up at this point. Maybe it's like whichever one ends up being the worst pick of the two is what they sent. But you are... It's not house money, but you still have a first-round pick next year because of the Deshaun Watson trade. So let's keep catching up with the Super Chats. Broshmo, appreciate you, brother. Hope you're celebrating the draft just as we are. Everybody go check out Broshmo's channel. I don't see any more Super Chats on my end here. This is the point where if I missed any of your Super Chats, please do DM me on Instagram, and I will make sure that we get to you. But I think we may have caught up. We're caught up? Fantastic. All right, so the Colts pick is in, and then they have to make a decision here between Will Levis and Anthony Richardson, which is a tough call to make. Who would I take? I think I would stand by Will Levis. I think if the Colts, I don't know if Ballard can truly afford to take that risk. I do think with Shane Steichen, the new offensive coordinator, who got to work with a mobile quarterback in Jalen Hurts, it is a good scheme fit for Anthony Richardson. I really am kind of split down the middle. Either way they go here, I'm going to love the pick because I think these quarterbacks are worth it here at the top. I'm just very curious, like where they stand. I have died on the hill at this point that Will Levis is underrated. He even was on my Guys list. I made a My Guys video earlier this week, so I would stand by the pick. I know there's a lot of Colts fans that would not, but I can definitely get behind it. From the Pylon Podcast says, he called the Texans trade with Arizona in the Discord. That is a hell of a call, dude. Very much a surprise to me that they moved all the way up to 3. I love the way they played it, though. And, man, Arizona, I will say, incredible haul for them. You get the 33rd pick, you get the 12th pick, you get a first next year. Awesome. Yes, Micah, absolutely. I would take low S2 scores over what Deshaun Watson did off the field. 100% yes. Time for my first sip of scotch for the night.
Give Teddy a wake-up call.
Teddy,
Give him a treat.
you have been such a good boy, Teddy. We gotta reward Ted. The Colt selection is coming in. We'll give our reaction and then try to catch up with these super chats. There you go, buddy.
I got Richardson.
You're picking Richardson? Mm-hmm. That's who you want for your fantasy team. Anthony Richardson. Wow. TFGF called it.
Already had it typed.
So, I love it, man. Like I said, I would have gone either way. Was very curious to see which direction they go. You look at the scheme, Stan Steichen is going to be able to just copy and paste his playbook from Philadelphia and put it in Indianapolis. In fact, he has the same backup quarterback in Gardner Minshew as well. So I don't know that Richardson's going to start right away. I think it would be smart for them to just don't rush it. If he's ready, he's ready. That's great. I think he certainly can play in year one, but they do have a situation where they don't necessarily have to rush it. And maybe if you're if you're the GM, I don't know if it was that first sip of scotch that's making me forget this, or the fact that we're an hour into the stream already. One of the more well-known GMs in the league for the Colts, but anyway, he buys himself a little bit of time, because if he doesn't start right away, you're not really going to fire the GM, probably, if you don't know if the quarterback he drafted is not good yet. So I think it buys him some time. And he's always, why can't I think of his freaking name? This is driving me insane. Chris Ballard. That's just the worst when you can't recall a guy's name. But Ballard's always a guy that values traits over everything. And you just drafted the traitsiest quarterback ever, period. Inarguable. If you want to disagree, you're wrong. Anthony Richardson is the most physically gifted from an athletic perspective. He's 240 pounds, 6'4", ran a 4.42, jumped out of the gym. He ran through SEC defenses on multiple occasions. He has Lamar Jackson's athleticism inside Cam Newton's body. And he has a rocket arm. So, I don't want to hear it. He has now surpassed Josh Allen for, in my opinion, the most gifted quarterback, the most athletically talented quarterback in the history of the NFL. So I'm sorry, Bills fans, I'm taking that from Josh Allen. Is he a good quarterback yet? That's to be determined. I thought he showed a lot of flashes. I've got a 27-minute breakdown on Anthony Richardson that at the time seemed crazy when I said that guy was going to go top 10. And here we are. I love this for Indianapolis. I have not changed the grade yet. Sorry. I'm not going to go certified steal because I'm really trying to save that for truly special picks. This is going to be a love it pick for the Indianapolis Colts. So we got a couple more super chats to catch up on. Who steals Jackson Smith and Jigba before Green Bay now that Arizona traded down? What did the Packers do if he's gone? Well, the Packers, I think, have a long list of guys they're willing to take. I think they would take Broderick Jones, Paris Johnson, Peter Skoronski. I know they would take Miles Murphy. I know they would take Nolan Smith, Lucas Van Ness, Tyree Wilson is still there. I think they would go any of those edge rushers. I think they would consider Brian Branch because of the need. I think they would, if they take a receiver, it's probably Jackson Smith and Jigba. I think they're thinking about the tight ends. I think they really like who they're going to have, in their lap. And all jokes aside, let's pray to God that Keon White isn't on that list.
Just Tell whoever I just timed out, I'm sorry. They were talking about the NBA draft.
Oh.
Spoiler. NFL player.
Someone got in trouble for doing NBA spoilers, NBA draft spoilers in the chat. So from Mike, Eagles got pick 66 and 94 for a 24-5 because of tampering? Is that real? That's real. They got those picks from a team? I mean, I don't understand what happened. Like, I'm just going to need to be caught up on whatever the hell happened there, because that just seems wild. Interesting. Well, that'll be a developing situation here. From Cold Pinga, do I reckon the Cardinals trade Hop and move back up? If they move up, I don't think it's going to be DeAndre Hopkins related personally. I'm not going to say it couldn't happen, but that would surprise me a little bit. JL Sports, Witherspoon to the Lions would be a good fit. Yep, 100%. The second they traded Jeff Okudah, it felt like Witherspoon was locked in as a Lions. From Sebastian, I know it's way down, but for my Rams, who would I love for them to take at the top of the second? I've liked B.J. Ojulari for them quite a lot. Like, pass rusher makes a lot of sense for them in that range. So I would definitely keep an eye out for that. Who did I have him in the latest mock draft? In the what I would do mock, I think it might have been Ojulari, but what?
One of the comments is Pete Carroll gonna take off his shirt?
When did that happen? I don't remember Pete Carroll taking his shirt.
For it.
Did he do that in the draft last year? Is that what that was? That sounds familiar, but I can't remember when Pete Carroll did that. Sure buckets, Jackson Smith and Jigba to Green Bay after the Houston move. I definitely think it makes it more likely that he's there. I thought Houston and Tennessee were the two teams that I think would be considering him. Now, will they take Jackson Smith and Jigba? I don't know. I kind of hope they do. It'd be my favorite pick for them. You'd like to think a rational-minded football person that you would hope Brian Gutekunst would look at this and say, okay, we've done this one way with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers for 20 years. We've had a formula that we can take receivers in the second, third round, turn them into really good players because we have elite quarterbacks that are going to develop those guys. You'd like to think he would take a different approach with Jordan Love now and say, let's do it the other way. Let's give him all the help he needs to succeed and not just expect him to be Aaron Rodgers, who's constantly elevating receivers. That would be the rational-minded way to think about this, right? When you have literally a depth chart that has Christian Watson, love it. You have Romeo Doubs, who, let's face it, as much as Packers fans are excited for him, and I like Romeo Doubs as much as the next guy, he'd be a wide receiver 4 on pretty much any depth chart in the league. And then you have a bunch of undrafted / practice squad steal pickups. You don't have a tight end. You have a fullback listed at tight end in Josiah DeGuara that they overdrafted 3 years ago that I was crying about on this stream. But to me, 2 of these first 3 picks for them need to be playmakers. It doesn't have to be the first pick, but it definitely puts urgency, just like they did last year, to get those playmakers later. From Solo Protege, picture in 3 to 5 years, the AFC South has Lawrence, Stroud, and Richardson battling it out. And maybe the Titans come up for Will Levis. Maybe we get 3 of these quarterbacks into the AFC South. I'm not going to rule that out yet. Or maybe they don't have to. I don't know. But yes, that would be super fun with these quarterbacks in the AFC South. it's just crazy that more of these quarterbacks keep going to the AFC. Like, the NFC now is the weaker conference with no quarterbacks, and now the first 3 quarterbacks have still gone. Oh, just kidding. Bryce Young is NFC. Just kidding. The Seahawks took a cornerback with the 5th pick in the surprise of maybe the whole draft. Whoa, that was a stunner. So, I love this pick. I just never thought in a million years they would do this. You have the cutest sneezes. Especially when you're trying not to sneeze. I hope it came through in the mic. So, the Seahawks, I have been saying, cornerback is a desperate need. And see, a lot of Seahawks fans push back when I say that because Michael Jackson played okay out there. You had a rookie, Kobe Bryant, who was asked to start but was not good in the slot. Devon Witherspoon was the best player available unless they wanted to take Bijan Robinson. To me, Devon Witherspoon was the best player available for them. He was one of 3 blue chip players in this class. And I, for those that have been around, don't throw that term around. I hold that to the utmost standards as far as I think you are a Pro Bowl player immediately if you are a blue chip player. And I feel that way about Devon Witherspoon. He is the stickiest corner I have ever seen. The way he processes routes and he pairs mental reaction time with wicked first step, foot speed, quickness. I think the world of this player, and I think it's a great pick for the Seattle Seahawks. It's just so surprising because this is the regime that has for so long, for 10 years, been the team that's like, we're not going to really value corner super high. Every mock draft I've done for the last 5 years, if I put a corner to the Seahawks in the first round, Seahawks fans are like, you're crazy. They're never going to do this. And I stopped doing it. I didn't even think about Devon Witherspoon here because it became such a reality. But clearly, they are obsessed with this player, and I think they are right to do that. He gives you a completely different skill set than what they have in Tariq Woolen. Woolen is a north and south vertical ball eraser with huge size. I know Woolen was really good, but he's not the guy that can follow around man-to-man coverage, you know, with the route runners of the world. Brandon Ayuk carved this team up last year. You now have a guy that can run with him. So I really like this pick for the Seattle Seahawks. It's definitely unexpected, but pleasantly surprised by the Seahawks here. So Cerberus says Eagles 94th and a 5th for Arizona's 33rd. Tampering trade. I hear you. So they're flipping that. The Eagles now have the 33rd pick in the draft. I just don't understand the context. So here's one from Thomas for our next super chat. Basically, Ari reached out to Gannon for head coach. Oh, Arizona. I was thinking Ari Myra for a second. Arizona reached out to Gannon for head coach during the NFC Conference Championship, which is tampering, and they swapped picks as a settlement. Unreal. So the Eagles get basically a free first-round pick for being good. That is just... They keep doing this shit. I don't understand how he keeps getting it. It's like that he can't keep getting away with it meme. All right, so JL Sports, again, with the Ravens locking in a huge contract with Lamar, who are they looking at in the first round? It's got to be corner, right? Can you try and just slide the... Go for it. Can you just tap the text over so it's not overlapping with the... So if you just hit V and then just click on the text and then you can just like do this.
Oh, sorry. That's bothering you?
Yeah. Well, especially if it's there all night. and then just...
It's not there all night, but I can't fix it now because I
Okay.
put the next team's graphics.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Okay, the Cardinals have traded up to 6. So the Cardinals did move back up, which was... Also, by the way, the Eagles stay winning, and the Cardinals keep screwing stuff up like this. Like, they to me, have got to be... I like the trade down, but over the last couple years, they've got to be like the worst run organization in the league. Like, to have a tampering allegation basically cost you a first-round pick. I mean, I know Miami did that, and I don't say Miami's the worst run organization in the league, but they've at least, built quite the team there. Yeah, that's just, especially to do it for Jonathan Gannon. Like, you were so desperate to get Jonathan Gannon that you had to tamper to do it. I mean, come on, Arizona. That's just horrible. But JL Sports, back to your super chat. The Ravens, to me, are targeting and always have been targeting corner. I mean, you look at the roster, that's a glaring need. It's a great cornerback class, especially if the top 4 guys are there. I think wide receiver could be in play. Any number of things could be in play, but that to me is like where they should go. From Shadrach again, thank you, my dude. How likely is a Mahomes, Lamar, Brady type year 1 with Love? They were all great quickly. I mean, I'm not gonna set myself up to say that good, but as you guys know, I am extremely high on Jordan Love. I had him above Justin Herbert in that draft class. I had him above Tua in that draft class. And we're going to get to find out. Like, I know it seems crazy at the moment, but I don't think it's impossible that he could still end up a better quarterback than Herbert. Now, that's like a best case scenario, right? But I think the talent is there. The setup is there. I am expecting him to be a top 16 quarterback in year 1, in a good situation, like in an out. Like, I really do believe he can be a top 16 quarterback. I'm not going to go as far as saying he's like, Mahomes, where he's an MVP candidate and taking the Packers to the Super Bowl in year 1. It might be a little bit more like Aaron Rodgers' first year, where it was a little bit more up and down. We do have a pick about to come in. A couple more super chats here. So from Craig, thank you, Craig. I gave you a hard time when I predicted this a couple weeks ago. I have egg on my face. What was it that I predicted? That has you with egg on your face? I guess I'm confused. All right, cards. Pick is in. I bet it's Tyree Wilson would be. Paris Johnson. That's my first, I think. Where's the bell? Let's grab the bell. I think this is my first ring the bell moment of the draft. This is my good take bell. I said in the latest mock draft that Paris Johnson could be a surprise pick to go earlier than we've been seeing. And I've also been kind of defending Paris Johnson as a much better prospect than people talk about. To me, there was a massive gap always between Paris and Peter Skoronski as the best tackle. I said he reminds me a ton of Andrew Thomas, who went with the 4th pick a couple years ago and has now turned into a really all-pro level tackle for the New York Giants. Paris Johnson has 36-inch arms. He is a complete freak athlete. He is one of the better run-blocking tackles you'll ever see with his get-off, his play strength. He just has that demeanor that you look for as a run blocker. And as a pass protector, he was locked down. I mean, you watch all of these reps from C.J. Stroud standing in the pocket all week for any individual drop back, and Paris is just hands stuck inside, perfect posture, match, latch, mirror, slide, and shuffle. You can't get around this guy because he's got accurate, strong hands and amazing athleticism and 36-inch arms, which is elite. You just don't see that. So this to me is an amazing pick for the Cardinals. You got picks and then you screwed it up with tampering, for God's sake. But give Kyler his O-line, man. Like, Kyler Murray, by the way, might be the most underrated player in the NFL now because of the injury and these Call of Duty allegations. I don't think people realize how bad the Cardinals were last year. You look at how bad they were when Kyler went down. Kyler Murray is a quarterback that has been in MVP conversations. He has taken a bad Cardinals team to the playoffs. There's this overwhelming idea that Kyler Murray is a bust. Bullshit, Kyler Murray is a bust. Let me pound the table for Kyler for a second. I get he's not a perfect quarterback, but this is a guy that earned a max contract that, again, has taken a bad Cardinals team to the playoffs. Commit to the guy. Give him what he needs, and this is doing that. Really investing in offensive line at a high level for the first time since they've had Kyler. They have spent all these picks on the, trading for Hollywood Brown last year and drafting linebackers in the first round. Those are, especially with getting a wide receiver like Hollywood Brown, it's important, but you had this Big 12 coach, Cliff Kingsbury, come in and not value offensive line play. Well, now you bring in a defensive-minded coach and a GM that comes from a Belichick and Tennessee background and understands line play. I am a huge fan of this move for the Cardinals. And honestly, I think they may have gotten the best player available outside of Jalen Carter, but he is going to be someone we're going to start talking about now with Jalen Carter still available. And I do think it's interesting that Detroit traded down, and that was clearly they wanted they wanted Devon Witherspoon, right? That much is very clear. They did not expect Witherspoon to go at 5, and when he came off the board, they had to regroup and move back and figure out who they wanted to take. So I guess that makes sense. They must have been out on Jalen Carter, and that is very, very telling. I have been trying to say that these concerns are real with Jalen Carter. There are maturity concerns, and obviously the incident in January with the drag racing that led to the death of his college teammate and a recruiter for the team, the way he's handled the pre-draft process, showing up out of shape at the pro day. Teams hate that stuff, and as talented as he is, he's not going to step in and be a all-pro D tackle right away. It's just a tough position to do that. The question for him is he going to continue to get better at the next level? Is he going to take this seriously? And at some point, someone's going to take the risk on him. I don't think it's going to be the Raiders here, though, given their history with Henry Ruggs and the driving stuff and Jalen Carter, bringing him into the Vegas area. I think that would be a recipe for disaster, especially coming out of a Georgia program that has seen two former first-round picks out of the league within a couple of years for off-field drama. So the fall is getting interesting. I don't think the Raiders are going to pick him here. I think the Raiders are probably going to take Will Levis here, but we'll find out. Yep, we'll run an ad. JL Sports says, Porter to the Lions, does he fit their defense? Yes, he absolutely does. They come from that Saints regime that would absolutely love to go press man coverage. So if they're moving down for a guy like Porter or Devon Witherspoon, I think if they were locked in on taking a corner, I think reacting and moving down is a good move for them. Also, Jalen Carter, Tyree Wilson. This is probably considered a fall for him at this point. But I think not being able to do workouts really is I don't know if it's necessarily hurting his stock, but it's probably the big reason Tyree Wilson has not come off the board quite yet. I think this pick will probably either be Tyree Wilson or Will Levis. Look at the camera, Teddy. He's being so good.
He's happy over there.
Yeah.
Can you just mute it?
Yeah.
Just a humble bounty hunter, man.
And say thank you. I guess we have time for a super chat from, or am I caught up? I think I'm caught up.
No, asking what whiskey.
Oh yeah, I see ya. All right, yeah. My thing just updated. I got a lot of super chats to catch up on. You guys are amazing with the super chats. I can't thank you enough. So yeah, Nick says I bet the Lions are targeting Banks. Yeah, I think any of those corners could absolutely be in play for them. Also, Craig, thank you for the super chat. Okay, Raiders pick coming in. There's Tyree Wilson. Okay, not a massive surprise. It was just going to be interesting to see what they felt about the Jimmy Garoppolo quarterback window. Clearly, they want to just roll this thing out with Jimmy, and I can't totally fault them for doing that. Tyree Wilson at 7 is a solid pick. I don't think I'm going to give this a love it pick. This is going to be more of a like it pick. I'll update that in just a second, but for me, he was about the. I'll check my rankings in just a second. We're sharing a mouse. We only have one computer here, so I can't take command until Anna updates the graphic. There it is. All right, so we are going to give this a like it, and yeah, I like Tyree Wilson. I really don't have a problem with him in the top 10. And again, I'm trying to be. If I just give every pick a love it, you can't really tell which picks I really love. I like this pick. I think it's a good fit. He's my 15th player in the draft. And you're pairing him next to Max Crosby, which I really like because Max is an alpha. He is a true number one rusher. Tyree Wilson is never going to have to be that guy, and he's not going to have to be that guy right away. He's got a great mentor in Chandler Jones, who's one of the more technically sound rushers in the league. He has a really good bull rush, and I think he's going to really be able to help Tyree Wilson along. So the potential with this pass rush, I can absolutely see what they're thinking here. It's just the Raiders are just in that weird spot where, okay, if they win a bunch of games, are you going to be sitting here next year? Are you putting yourself in that also dreadful purgatory, right? You potentially had a chance to get yourself out of QB purgatory by taking Will Levis right there. Sometimes teams regret it. Sometimes teams make the right decision. We don't know how good of a quarterback Will Levis is going to be. I think he has the potential to be basically a tier 3 quarterback like we talked about with CJ Stroud as a potential franchise quarterback. So yeah, I like this pick for the Raiders, but it's not the most, popping champagne, exciting thing in the world either. But they definitely need a defensive talent, and he's going to look good in Raiders. He's staying a Raider, right? The Texas Tech Raiders. He's doesn't have to change his mascot, I guess. But a super chat from Canadian That Games. With Detroit taking the 34th pick, does Jack Campbell become a Detroit Lion to pair with Malcolm Rodriguez? I love it, man. I absolutely love it. I think him or Drew Sanders would be a great pick for Detroit. And that's about the right range. Could also be a receiver pick there in that range. Also, Nalter Deeds, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Yes, go Vikes. We will have to, on the fly, if we can get the YouTube membership figured out here, we will absolutely do that. If nothing else, we'll get that going for Saturday and Sunday. But I'm going to take a brief moment to tell you guys about Underdog Fantasy. Hey friends, allow me to interrupt the stream for a moment to tell you about my good friends at Underdog Fantasy who are sponsoring today's show. Underdog has revolutionized how you can play fantasy football. I've thoroughly enjoyed Underdog, and I'm excited to share it with you. They have a variety of different games that you can play to spice up your fantasy football experience. I've told you in the past about their pick'em contests where you are stringing together picks, things like player props, rushing yard over-unders, touchdowns. In the case of right now, you can play on NBA, XFL, MLB. Make anywhere from 2 to 5 picks from any variety of games. You can even cross leagues, and you can win up to 20 to 1 on your slip. Underdog is also the king of best ball fantasy. If you are like me and you're in way too many fantasy leagues, but you just can't get enough, but you don't have the time to set your lineup every week, make trades, make transactions, check the waiver wire, but you want to put your football knowledge to the test and win some money thanks to it, well, Best Ball is the perfect way to do it. You do your drafts just like any normal league, but your lineups lock in. This is perfect for all of you draft enthusiasts out there. If you want to get the jump on a lot of the people in the fantasy football world that don't quite know all about these rookies, but you've been diving into maybe my content or other draft content, and you feel like you know. All right, we are back. I don't know if the ad fully finished. It's hard to tell for sure. But yeah, you guys, Underdog Fantasy I love it. I've been playing it not just for when football season was going on, but I mean, we've been to, probably 9 Twins games already this year. Like, super fun, like, the daily pick'em stuff. Super fun way to create some lineups, maybe win some money. If nothing else, you're a little bit more tuned in. 20 to 1 odds. And then, yeah, the pick'em stuff's going to be a blast. I'm going to be doing a lot of pick'em stuff. Probably going to have some pick'em leagues with you guys too. So, great deal at Underdog Fantasy. I've really enjoyed working with them. Can't thank them enough for sponsoring this weekend stream. So Shredek says, who is Bryce Young throwing to this year? He's got some players, man. They signed DJ Chark, Adam Thielen. They've got Laviska Shenault is actually a really good player after the catch. He's a playmaker. They have Miles Sanders. They have a really good offensive line. They have picks to add players. Terrace Marshall is still only 23 years old, hasn't really shown to be a bad player yet. So, yes, losing DJ Moore hurts, but there's far worse situations for young quarterbacks to come into. And I will say the staff that Carolina has assembled it's really special. They have the owner, David Tepper. I don't know if he talked about this or someone talked about this in an interview with him, but there's no salary cap on the staff. And if you're willing to spend to get these assistant coaches out of other buildings, give them huge pay raises, convince them to pack up and move their families out to, Raleigh. We got a couple of you guys signing up as members now. Thank you, everybody, for signing up to our YouTube membership. I don't have any perks or anything to announce for that at the moment, but that is a new deal that is a great way to support the channel. But yeah, basically, Carolina has just hired all these incredible coaches and is putting together like a super staff, basically. And Funkmaster, thank you for the super chat. This is I treated myself. It looks like the pick. They're doing one of these special announcement things, so I think it's going to be a second. But I treated myself. I bought a bottle of Compass Box Hedonism. We are family friends with the owner of Compass Box. All of the English people in the chat might be familiar with Compass Box. It's a blended Scotch distillery out in London. And I treated myself to some hedonism. All right, so the Falcons pick. Is this going to be Bijan Robinson? It is. Told y'all. This is such an Arthur Smith pick. You just knew it, man. He couldn't help himself. A truly generational running back comes through and is staring him at 8, and he stays put and takes him. This is what the Falcons have done in their time. They stayed put. They took Kyle Pitts. They stayed put. They took Drake London last year. I really like this pick, you guys. I've been pounding the table for Bijan in the top 10. I've been pounding the table saying he is the best football player in this draft class. Now, I'm pissed because in our fantasy league, I have Tyler Algier, and I have a little bit of a tear in the back of my eye because he was a really talented back, and another reminder why drafting running backs in the first round isn't always a great idea because you can get guys late. But, you guys, Bijan freaking Robinson is different. I know you don't want to do the fallacy of outliers in the NFL draft, but this guy is a truly remarkable running back. He makes the first guy miss almost half the time. He's explosive. He is insane in the receiving game. I just turned the Teddy cam off for a second because he was off the camera. But I can't give this a total steal grade. I can't. A certified steal. But I will give it a love it pick. And I know that is controversial. I know there are going to be people that absolutely crucify this selection. But you have the Atlanta Falcons, one of the most underrated run-blocking teams up front. You now have 2 tight end packages after they brought in Jonnu Smith with Kyle Pitts. You got blockers on the edge with guys like Drake London, a run scheme, a mobile quarterback. This is what Arthur Smith wants to do. He wants to run the ball 35 times a game if he can, and they will be able to do that with Bijan Robinson. And he's going to be an impact in the receiving game on third downs. So I am totally for this pick. I have been really trying to tell people that when you're making your mock drafts, I get it. Like, you don't want to put a running back in the first round here. You don't want to do it there. This player is just different. He is a LaDainian Tomlinson pro comp for me. I don't go around handing out Hall of Fame, not just Hall of Fame, but like tier 1 Hall of Fame pro comps. You pull up the like physical similarities, you do the RAS comparison, it's crazy. And you're telling me you're not taking LaDainian Tomlinson with the 8th overall pick? Shut up. Yes, you are. So, yeah, he's got to become that player, but I just wanted to get to the next super chat.
People want you to feed Teddy a treat. They are upset.
That I took the Teddy cam off?
Yes.
Okay, let me take the mouse for one more second so I can put it up. People are gonna hate I'm gonna be in the minority of people that like this draft pick. Here you go, buddy.
Did you put the camera back on?
Yeah. Wait, remove 3 items. What are you doing?
Cancel.
Yeah. From David, this is the only draft content you're watching today. I really appreciate the exclusive viewership, David. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. Your team doesn't draft till the 3rd, but still great content. I appreciate you, David. So then the Eagles have moved up 1, right? Chicago moved down a pick. Fascinating. Who might... Oh, this is Jalen Carter. Shit. We're screwed, you guys. The league is going to die. We are going to need a new league for the Philadelphia Eagles after they take Jalen Carter. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm like speechless. I didn't think it was going to actually happen, but we're screwed. I mean, that D-line now, he's next to Jordan Davis. Oh my Lord. All right. Well, and they stole a first-round pick because the Cardinals wanted to hire their garbage defensive coordinator as their head coach for some reason. Wow. Yeah, you can start typing that out because that's what they're doing. Yeah. It's such a no-brainer. And the Bears moved down because they don't get Paris Johnson, they were locked in on maybe getting him at 9. I mean, that's a bummer for the Bears. This is going to take a minute to get announced. Oh, no, it's not. It's coming in right now. Parker, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Seeing 4 or 5 of you guys signing up for YouTube memberships. You guys are great. So, Jalen Carter is going to be getting the certified steal tag, assuming that's the direction the Eagles are about to go here. He is a player that had to land in a spot that could really keep his head on the right track, keep him focused, and I think they have the leadership in place with the veterans on that defense, with a culture. Obviously the Eagles shouldn't have this pick. The Saints are the reason that the Eagles are getting Jalen Carter, so thank you, Mickey Loomis. There it is. This is a certified steal. I'm just kind of speechless, honestly, and how did we let this happen? How did the NFC let this happen? The Saints trade a first-round pick last year to move up for Trevor Penning that ends up being the pick that gives Jalen Carter the Eagles? New Orleans, you suck. Saints fans, thanks for nothing. and then the Cardinals give the Eagles the 33rd pick because you just had to rush to the table and cheat to hire a really average coach? Oh my God. This is why I am such a Howie Roseman apologist. He is just running circles around the league. And I because it's such a quick tweet, I told myself I wasn't going to tweet, but Howie Roseman just running absolute circles around the entire NFL.
People keep saying they traded the 66th, not the 33rd.
All right.
To the Eagles.
Gotcha. So they made a pick swap of 66 for 70 something. Someone had said 33 in the chat, so that's what I was remembering. But still, that's for nothing. You get to move up in the draft for nothing. You're still doing that. Let's see. Do I have some more super chats to catch up on?
Hopefully the Bears take a quarterback.
Yeah, Will Levis is still there. Anna is with me on team Bears should have stayed put and taken Bryce Young. We'll see. It's going to be so fascinating to see. I mean, Fields is... You would have loved to get... I will say you would have loved to get Paris Johnson there for them. But Fields has everything in front of him to be great. Yes, I do have the clip of Adam. Yeah. I think we just got a couple... Just a no comment super chat from Funkmaster Jeffy. Thank you. And Mark, where do I see Will Levis going now? I mean, Tennessee, I think it would be ecstatic to take him at 11. And then Tanner again with the super chat. Appreciate you. Yeah, Derek, go Eagles, man. Fly, Eagles, fly. So I think it's only 10 seconds. We should do it the clip of... We have a special cameo for the Bears pick to do. I would guess the Bears are going to take Skoronski here at 10. Still a good pick. Still a very good pick. Accomplishes similar things to Paris Johnson, but I really think Paris Johnson has a good chance of becoming someone in that tier 1 of offensive tackles with, Bakhtiari and Trent Richardson and Andrew Thomas and Tristan Wirfs. Could you actually fill up that big water bottle with some ice water for me?
Yeah, I will. Just
The one with the straw. You know what I'm talking about?
I will.
Patriots taking Gonzalez or Skoronski from Mason. I don't know that Skoronski's going to be there for the Patriots. I think that's going to be the pick here for the Bears. Is the music playing at least? Chat? Because I thought it's weird that the music is playing, but the sound bites aren't. Huh. So, yeah, a couple of people in the chat saying, why would the Titans move on from Malik Willis? I mean, he was a third-round pick. He's already 24. He was really bad last year. He couldn't even be better than Josh Dobbs, so they got off the street. I think they're just kind of out on him. Like, you never know, but they had him in the building for a whole year. If they've decided that he's just not a good fit for them, then it's not like they invested a bunch to go get him, right? It was a third-round pick. Soundbites are playing. Good. The Stream Deck has a mind of its own tonight. All right, we have the Bears pick about to get announced. We're gonna play the little cameo here.
Bear down. Let's go Bears. Let's go Justin Fields. Take up.
Oh, I think I cut it off. I'm really bad. I needed to find a way to. We're gonna play it again. This is my brother Adam, out in Chicago. A lot of you know who it is. Let's hear from Adam again.
Down. Let's go Bears. Let's go Justin Fields. Take us Super Bowl.
Thanks, Adam. We miss you. We love you. Go Bears. Darnell Wright, not Peter Skoronski. Wow. Okay. This is the first pick that oh, by the way, we never put the certified steal up on Jalen Carter. He would have gotten a certified steal grade. There's a lot of moving parts here, a lot to keep track of. But I promise you guys, and I don't think I'm the only one in the chat that's going to say this, I don't like this pick. I don't absolutely hate it. It's not going to get the lowest reaction. Hang on, let me update the pick real quick. It's not going to get the lowest. I've got questions about this pick. You are passing on Peter Skoronski, who I think is a better player, Broderick Jones, who I think is a higher upside player. To me, Darnell Wright was a back end of the first round guy. If you want the guy that's going to buy a bunch of time for Justin Fields as a great pass protector, I don't know that that's going to be Darnell Wright. I don't know how great he's going to fit their wide zone blocking scheme as a guy that's now going to have to, he's going from a spread, head up, inside zone blocking game to having to get on the move and sustain blocks on the run, where I really didn't like Darnell Wright's tape. I think that was the most overrated part of his game. Yeah, he has highlight reel blocks, and when he connects, it is unbelievable. But he lunges and leans as a blocker, and he falls off his blocks a lot. He's discoordinated and misses a lot of blocks. You had Peter Skoronski from Northwestern sitting right in your lap, who gives you some of that offensive line flexibility. I think Darnell Wright's going to be a good player, and you traded down reacting when your Paris Johnson pick was taken from you. But this, to me, makes trading down from number one hurt a little bit more, because to me, you're getting a player that and again, I can be wrong about any of this stuff. Anytime I'm critical of a pick, I'm open to admit that. But to me, you're getting a player that was worth maybe the 25th pick in the draft, and you had the number one pick in the draft. So I can't fully endorse this pick. I get some of the reasoning behind it. But to me, it's a reach, and there were better players at the position that they could have taken. So I'm definitely skeptical for the Bears on that one. And I think that's pretty fair. A couple more super chats to catch up on. Connor asks, Levis to the Patriots. Mac Jones ain't it. That would be interesting. A little bit of a higher upside quarterback. I'm not going to say I couldn't see it. We got a little water delivery here. Thank you. That's the stuff. From Dr. Kaz. Listening from work. Hope you're doing well, Dr. KOZ. Would love if the Packers trade with the Bucks at 19 and get Zay Flowers. Lions are going to get JSN, and the Packers are going to sit on their hands and let it happen, as always. Yeah, I'm ready for anything with Green Bay. Although I will say, Darnell Wright was one of those guys that I was a little bit afraid of the Packers taking at 13 that I would not have liked. So I certainly am not going to complain that he is off the board before Green Bay at 13. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that pick. Where do I rank the Falcons GM? He's still like kind of too early to tell. I think this draft and how some of his previous draft picks work out this year, I don't really, like, if I was making GM rankings, I don't know if I would rank guys that have only had 2 years to do it. I feel like you need more sample size than that. He's definitely one of those guys that, like, he wants to stay put and take the best player available. He says, just give me good football players. I don't care what position they play. And I don't know if I respect that or not, honestly. Homie says, Darnell Wright took Will Anderson's lunch money this year. Yes, to be fair, that is correct. And for what it's worth, Darnell Wright actually matched up really well with Will Anderson, because Will Anderson, for everything he's amazing at, is a bull rush first guy. Now, if you really watch that game, how many true pass rush snaps did Will Anderson have off the edge? 8, 10? You know, Bama was doing that thing, especially in that matchup against that weird Tennessee offense, where they're trying to stop the spread. They're running the 3-3-5 front, and Will Anderson is unfairly being asked to play as a 4-eye technique. Of course, Darnell Wright is going to work a 245-pound defensive end when he's coming from an inside alignment and he doesn't have to protect the edge. So, yes, he had a good game against Will Anderson, and he deserves credit for that, but there's a little bit more context needed for that game. Yeah, Jacob, he does remind me quite a bit of Tevin Jenkins. That was actually one of my pro comps. I don't do pro comps for offensive linemen, but the one guy that Darnell Wright reminded me a lot of was Tevin Jenkins, who's been a really good guard for the Bears. From Solid, Gonzalez falling right into the Lions' lap. Yeah, man, the Lions, I think, played this pretty well, especially if you didn't want to take Jalen Carter, which I'm not going to fault the team for not wanting to take Jalen Carter. You know, you wish you got Witherspoon, but if you can move down to 12 and take Gonzalez or Banks or whoever your number 2 corner is, absolutely. Okay, the Titans pick is in. Is this going to be Will Levis? And I think this is a huge steal for the Titans if they pick Levis here. Talk about a purgatory team having a potential franchise quarterback land right into their lap. You keep them in the same neck of the woods? No! Peter Skoronski. The Titans do go offensive line. So the NFL really not in on Will Levis. And now the slide becomes very interesting. Does he end up going down to Tampa Bay at 19 or Minnesota at 23? Getting past Tennessee is interesting. So I do like this pick. However, I personally would have taken Will Levis, and for that reason, I'm not going to say I love this pick, but I do like this pick. I think, with the Bears taking Darnell Wright ahead of him, I think this is, in a way, a steal to get him as the third tackle off the board. He could play guard for them. They're shuffling around a million pieces on this offensive line, so he's going to be able to play in one of their spots. They're going to a little bit more of a pro style / pro spread game as they kind of transition out of the Derrick Henry era. They'll still run a lot of wide zone, but they're bringing in Tim Kelly as the offensive coordinator, who comes from kind of the Bill O'Brien tree, and definitely going to be a little bit more pro style there. And I say that because Skoronski is certainly athletic enough to block wide zone, but he's not like amazing at it. But I'm never truly going to fault a team for going offensive line, going with a really good offensive lineman, especially when you need it as bad as they do. But my question is, you had a key to a door that had the potential to get you out of purgatory. And maybe they do like Malik Willis more than myself and some people seem to think. Maybe he does figure things out and he's their QB of the future. But I do think it's going to be one of those picks that you look back on, and if Levis works out, you're going to say this was a mistake. If he doesn't, you're going to applaud them for going offensive line. And then Detroit really gets their pick of the litter at corner here. Any three of them, all three of these, Joey Porter, Deonte Banks, and Gonzalez. I always mix those guys up, but in my head. But all three of those guys were top 9 players in this draft for me, so you can go any direction there. You could go Nolan Smith here, would be just fine for that pass rush. I think trading down was a brilliant move because the players they were looking at 6 after Witherspoon was gone, if you're not taking Jalen Carter, it wasn't going to make any difference for them from a grading perspective. And we're starting to pick up the pace a little bit here. Lions pick coming in. Oh my God. What? That is entirely unexpected. I wasn't even sure about the Lions taking Bijan Robinson because I felt like they were fine at running back, let alone Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. Okay. I don't like this pick. You're saving it. The last 2 moves, other than the trade down, the last 2 moves the Detroit Lions have made, giving away Jeff Okudah and then taking Gibbs at 12, I'm sorry, but hate it. This is kind of inexplicable for a team that I've always agreed with their process. Look, Gibbs is an awesome player. He is a running back that to me could have gone at the end of the first round. My pro comp for him is Aaron Jones. He's an explosive player. He's going to be really productive for them in like 2 years once they're done with David Montgomery, because they're going to be rotating these guys. You still have Swift in the building. I'm just in shock that they looked at the corners on the board, looked at a guy like Nolan Smith on the board, even getting a receiver there, taking not Jackson Smith and Jigba, but I'm blown away that they pulled the trigger on that. I thought for sure they were going to recoup and take a corner here. I'm really just in shock because I have, and Lions fans, I mean, you were so mad that I had them, trading up to 3 to take Anthony Richardson. You tell me now, would you rather have done that or done this? I'm just really surprised that I had touted that Lions front office. Yeah, exactly. They have the 18th pick. Why not take Gibbs at 18? Very, very surprising pick for the Detroit Lions. Are they just cursed? Or, I mean, he's gonna, like, if you want the devil's advocate play on this, like, he's gonna eventually be dope there. They have a great run blocking system. They're gonna get him on the move. It's gonna open up the third down, like, you know, screen game is gonna be really, like, he's gonna make plays for them. You're not gonna look back on this like it was a waste of a pick. But when you want to talk about maximizing value, when you got a free top 6 pick for the Matthew Stafford trade, that ain't it. And now the Packers are up. And anything, now with Darnell Wright off the board, anything other than Keion White, Green Bay, anything else, and I don't have to roast Brian Gutekunst. It is, you have, the ball is sitting on the tee, and you have a supersized bat, and you can knock this thing out of the park with any number of picks. And if you fall for Keion White, I will be at a complete loss. It's like, I don't even know how to describe it because it's so predictable based on how bad their drafts have been in recent years and how many times I'm sitting here on this stream taking this glass of scotch and downing it. Keion White is the one pick here that, within all reason, that could do that. I mean, just to rattle off the picks that would make sense here. Mayer, I would be a little bit disappointed in, but and I could see them doing that. But Kincaid at tight end, you could go. I mean, Broderick Jones would be fine. I could get behind it. You look at the defensive line. Nolan Smith available. Even Miles Murphy, I wouldn't. I'm so prepared for that to be the pick because that's who they like. I at least have a first to a second round grade on Miles Murphy and see how he plays into the long-term game there. You can't take a linebacker, not after last year. Cornerback. There's 3 incredible cornerbacks sitting there. Receiver, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Quentin Johnston, Zay Flowers. Like, line them up. Take any of them. Would be good picks here. Safety, Brian Branch. There is so many options here for Green Bay. All Phil needs. The board fell brilliantly for you. We'll see what they do here. Lucas Van Ness is another player I didn't even name. I'm not looking at the chat because I know y'all are trying. We haven't had any spoilers yet, knock on wood. So they are making this pick. I'm just going to put the Teddy cam down for a minute until he turns around. He's looking at you while you eat. I would be very confused if it was Will Levis. I'm not going to say I'd be surprised, but I would be very confused. They seem to me to be all in love. All right, you guys. I'm nervous. Jackson Smith-Njigba, Nolan Smith, all would be ideal here. Lucas Van Ness. I will happily take Lucas Van Ness. Whew. Okay, you guys. Whew. We can breathe. We can breathe. Okay. So this is the actually good version of what we were afraid. This is why I was so afraid of Keion White, because Lucas Van Ness is what, for some reason, the NFL thinks Keion White is. Very, almost like eerily familiar to the Packers taking Rashawn Gary 3 years ago They didn't have a starting need. They had the two Smith brothers, but you have a Big Ten unbelievable freak athlete. 3,000 viewers in the chat, you guys. Shout out to the chat. But freak athlete, bull rusher supreme. Gary was a little bit more productive, was more highly recruited, but good luck trying to maintain a pocket against Lucas Van Ness and Rashawn Gary. Good, absolute freaking luck. So, I do like this pick. I still have the hate it thing up there. The Packers fans are going to screenshot that. So I don't know if I'm going to go absolute steal, but I really do love this pick. I know Packers, like, I would have loved Jackson Smith and Jigba. It's not what they do. It's not realistic for them to pick him. There are receivers available in the second round. The Steelers are trading up. Is this going to be Joey Porter or Broderick Jones? I would say we'll keep an eye out there. Or could it be, it could just be Witherspoon. Or, gosh, I'm going to do that all throughout their career. Gonzalez. It could be Gonzalez. But, yeah, I really think Green Bay got a good run there. And Preston Smith isn't going to be around there forever. You knew that was kind of the route they were going to go, was freak athlete, best player available.
So the Jets just made a trade. Or, I'm sorry, New England.
New England traded down.
So Steelers are next.
Another kind of, and we'll see what Pittsburgh does here, but another kind of mini ring the bell would be Devon. Gosh, I'm doing it again. Christian Gonzalez kind of falling into the mid-teens. So the one thing about that Packers pick, of course, is you now have to look at those two. I love the pick now, but if they don't turn around and get playmakers with those two high second round picks that they have, if they don't turn around and get probably both a receiver and a tight end, you're going to come back and say this was a huge mistake. I'm cautiously optimistic that they can pull that off. We saw them last year move up to get Christian Watson at the top of the second round. So could they be looking to package picks, maybe to move up for a receiver, or they think they could get a guy? It is going to be very contingent on what they do tomorrow. But at this point in time, I love the Lucas Van Ness pick.
Let Teddy say hi to the main camera and then put him on side.
Okay, come here, buddy. Oh, you've been such a good dog. Can you say hello to the main camera? Oh, he's such a good dog. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. What a good boy. We'll bring you back around time for the Bengals pick. How's that sound? All right. I'll let him out. I am going to roll a quick ad because I cut this one short on you guys last time. Hey friends, allow me to interrupt the stream for a moment to tell you about my good friends at Underdog Fantasy who are sponsoring today's show. Underdog has revolutionized how you can play fantasy football. I've thoroughly enjoyed Underdog and I'm excited to share it with you. They have a variety of different games that you can play to spice up your fantasy football experience. I've told you in the past about their Pick'em contests where you are stringing together picks, things like player props, rushing yard over-unders, touchdowns. In the case of right now, you can play on NBA, XFL, MLB, make anywhere from 2 to 5 picks from any variety of games. You can even cross leagues, and you can win up to 20-1 on your slip. Underdog is also the king of best ball fantasy. If you are like me and you're in way too many fantasy leagues, but you just can't get enough, but you don't have the time to set your lineup every week, make trades, make transactions, check the waiver wire, but you want to put your football knowledge to the test and win some money thanks to it, well, Best Ball is the perfect way to do it. You do your drafts just like any normal league, but your lineups lock in. This is perfect for all of you draft enthusiasts out there. If you want to get the jump on a lot of the people in the fantasy football world that don't quite know all about these rookies, but you've been diving into maybe my content or other draft content, and you feel like you know. All right. I think I cut the ad short again, but whatever. Not whatever. Go check out Underdog Fantasy. We will continue to spread our love for our friends at Underdog. But this is really not a surprise. I kind of had a feeling Broderick was going to be pretty high on their radar. They love, Packers love Georgia players, as do the Pittsburgh Steelers. They love athletes. They love young Georgia players. And they really haven't had a high upside tackle in a long time. Even going back to like the early Big Ben days, I can't even think of like a great Steelers tackle. Broderick Jones is going to come into that system that they develop offensive line with the best of them. He does need development, but his athleticism is creme de la creme, elite, 5-star recruit, has not played a lot, 1-year starter, but was very good for that national championship Georgia team. And I will continue the love it trend for the Steelers here. Some people will be disappointed it's not Joey Porter. You got another pick at 33. I think you'll be just fine. And with the corner starting to fall, maybe you can move back up for him. I don't know. I mean, probably not. You already just traded up once, but giving Kenny Pickett everything he needs to succeed is going to be really important for him as a quarterback, because he's a solid player. I even defend Kenny Pickett, but he is one of those guys that he needs a perfect surrounding core. The Steelers have really made it work with the corners that they've had with that pass rush in front of them. So I can totally get behind this pick, and I think they did have to move up because the Jets were going to take Broderick Jones. And as a newly established Jets fan, I'm a little bit bummed that they didn't get Broderick Jones. 4 tackles already off the board now. And I'm curious to see what the Jets do now, because are you taking Anton Harrison? I don't think you are. Are you taking Brian Branch for the Jets? I think you got to pivot a little bit. This was definitely a unfortunate result of the pick swap that they did.
Nate's making you some killer emotes.
I saw that.
You as a baby, Andy Reid, Andy Dalton, Teddy.
Dang, Nate. Shout out and alter deeds.
He is just turning them out.
Is Teddy not ready to come in yet? Have you heard any crying out there?
Haven't heard him. Probably wants to get away from all this football chat. He's getting nervous for his Bengals.
So, while we have a little downtime here, I said I would shout out Underdog a little bit here, and I want to talk a little bit about these. Sorry, can I just grab this from your screen real quick? They sent me the rookie dynasty rankings, and just to talk about these 2 running backs and just the best ball drafts, what do these 2 destinations mean for these guys' average draft position? So for Bijan, I can't think of a much better spot. You go to one of the most, especially with the Ravens making a scheme change, Bijan goes to maybe the most run heavy team in the entire league and just got drafted with the 8th overall pick. Tyler Algier owners like myself are bummed, but in best ball drafts on Underdog right now, he's going 26th. I'm assuming these are 2 quarterback leagues because 9 of the first 10 picks are quarterbacks, but you've got Christian McCaffrey with the 11th pick, Jonathan Taylor with the 20th pick. Bijan Robinson is the 4th drafted running back in best ball redraft. That's pretty crazy. There's obviously a lot of hype for him, but He's going to be one of the best fantasy running backs in all of football next year. Now, you go down a little bit to Jahmyr Gibbs, running back 18. I don't see that. I think they're still going to, it's going to be very, very similar vibes to what we've all felt about DeAndre Swift in Detroit, who was basically a first-round pick way back when. I think Gibbs is a better player than Swift, but you're going to get your touchdowns vultured by David Montgomery, and he's going to be splitting the workload. I still cannot believe the Lions took a running back at 12 that wasn't Bijan Robinson. It's really one of the more questionable picks I can remember from a team that I have not spent really any time questioning their picks. And obviously we don't have any receivers or anything off the board to react to their fantasy value. Aaron Rodgers falling. Definitely Aaron Rodgers vibes from that draft. Put a chip on his shoulder, man. I still believe in Will Levis. I think Washington at 16, Tampa Bay at 19. Yeah, do the Jets take Jackson Smith and Jigba here? Reunite him with Garrett Wilson? Give Rodgers all the firepower he needs there? I think you could see that. They have Alan Lazard. They have Mecole Hardman. They have Corey Davis. It's a little bit of a crowded room, but I think they could make it work. I think Brian Branch could complete that secondary. The Jets right now are starting Whitehead, who's solid, but not the best coverage player, and Chuck Clark, who they traded a 7th-round pick for. So I think Brian Branch could be a great pick. I could see Nolan Smith to really ramp up that pass rush, although they did just take Jermaine Johnson in the 1st round last year. They have players there, but I think Nolan Smith would be someone they like. God forbid they take Keon White. And maybe Aaron Rodgers was just the curse of the bad drafts, but or do you just take Devon Witherspoon and figure it out? Him with Sauce, not Devon Witherspoon. That is like the 5th time. Christian Gonzalez. You just take Christian Gonzalez and figure it out. Play DJ Reed in the slot. We do have a super chat from CD Mac. Do I think Tyquan Thornton has a chance to develop into anything for the Pats? I was a Tyquan Thornton fan last year. I did have a 2nd-round grade on him. I thought it was a good pick. And yeah, I do believe in him. It's just, that offense was such a disaster last year with the play calling and everything, and he clearly needed some time to get acclimated. He dealt with an injury. So yeah, I still think it's more of a, if you put Tyquan Thornton with the Chiefs or here with the Jets or the Chargers, somewhere where they are ready to utilize a deep threat, I would be much more confident in his ability. It's much more about the surrounding ability to get him going for me than it is him as a player. Tyler says Pitt jumping New York Jets for the best offensive tackle available. A deal with New England. New York's rival. I love it. Kenny's health for the win. Yeah, that's like a double win for New England. If they didn't want to take Broderick Jones, they'd rather someone else do it and not the Jets. Nick says, I'll feel better if the Lions take a corner at 18. Yeah, if they somehow get Christian Gonzalez or Deontay Banks or Joey Porter at 18, and you just flip those in your mind, you can definitely get behind it a little bit more. But that's not really how it works. You're still not getting that full value from the 12th pick. Yeah, that's a great point, Shadrach. 2 running backs before the first wide receiver off the board is a huge upset in the year 2023. All right, Jets pick is coming in. Could be any number of directions here. This could even be a tight end. This could be like Kincaid or Darnell Washington. Michael Mayer. Be funny if Aaron Rodgers shows up this week and finally gets a first-round playmaker on his new team. This kid, or never mind, the Jets only traded down once. They announced this kid was announcing the 13th pick, and that's when everyone was like, well, there goes the Aaron Rodgers for the 13th pick trade opportunities, but it was just a little pick swap. He still gets to do it. I'm nervous as a incumbent Jets fan.
You can't hear, but this is his Make-A-Wish.
Yeah.
Kids, can you hear that?
I did know that. I should have mentioned it. All right, who is? Oh, he's pumping up the crowd. Oh my God. What? I think this is my fault, Jets fans. I don't know how, but I think this is somehow my fault. All right, well, I don't want to completely dunk on it because with Robert Saleh's defense, I think Will McDonald could be a good player. But over Nolan Smith? Really? I don't understand this at all. I honestly hate it. So McDonald, to me, and of course I can be wrong about any of this stuff, but my 41st player in the draft, a true second round grade, 24-year-old rookie, one of these guys that played in a stupid 3-3-5 front, really wasn't allowed to rush the passer. And lucky for him, I was doing his eval and I pulled up his true pass rush win rate, which is like when he gets real opportunities, which, like I just said, didn't get a lot of them at Iowa State. They played him, lined up inside where he's coming from bad leverage, bad alignment. When he did get to rush the quarterback, he did it at a very efficient level, but the production's just not there. He's a willing run defender, but he's undersized. He's only 239 pounds. To me, if you're going to take an undersized edge player, why would you not take Nolan Smith? I really don't understand that. He could end up being a good player, but to me, he's not going to. They took an edge last year. They took Jermaine Johnson last year. They have a deep defensive line. I don't see him. If the idea was we are going to pick a guy that is going to be the biggest impact for Aaron Rodgers now, it's having your fifth edge rusher off the bench who's a 24-year-old. I just, fifth is harsh. He's probably fourth, but I mean, at that point, just take Will Levis. Take Will Levis as a quarterback and just fill out that room of talent. I can't get behind that pick. I'm gonna let Teddy in. We knew this was going to kind of happen in a draft where we felt like the amount of first round picks falls off pretty quickly, but those first round guys are still there. The cornerbacks, Brian Branch. I can't believe they did. I mean, even go Kalijah Cansey or Brian Brzee. Yeah, maybe it really is an Aaron Rodgers curse. I don't know. Just let me. I'm gonna run a This show is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy, the easiest place to play fantasy football. The moment this draft is complete, Best Ball Mania 4 goes live, and it is the biggest fantasy football competition of all time. Not even kidding. It's only $25 to enter for your shot at $15 million in total prizes and a first place prize of $3 million. You won't want to miss out on this action. The best part is, because it's best ball format, all you have to do is draft your teams, which you can do at home on your phone thanks to the amazing Underdog app. In Best Ball Mania, you join the tournament, draft your team as you would in any normal fantasy football league, and your lineup is locked in once the draft is complete. No waivers, no trades. That's right, it is set it and forget it until it's time to collect your cash. Underdog automatically optimizes your lineup weekly to create the highest scoring option. What are you waiting for? Get signed up at UnderdogFantasy.com or via the App Store with promo code TFG, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code TFG for your shot at $15 million inside Best Ball Mania 4. This show... It finished. I saw it finish. Oh, camera's off. All right. I hear you guys on the ads. I had cut a couple short, so I wanted to make sure we got those in. But we're back. We got some super chats. I got to scroll up because everybody's was freaking out about the Will McDonald pick as I was. Thank you, Mark, for the super chat. Will McDonald had a farm. Jets, Jets. Very nice, very nice. Solid 6 out of 10 from me on that one. Dalton Kincaid would have been an amazing pick for the Jets. I agree. Sirodin, totally agree. There were so many other options than Will McDonald. And he could be a good player. It's not about that. Hey, come here. Oh, Teddy wanted to come back, you guys. We're just going to hold him. So, the Commanders now, is this Will Levis? Do the Commanders... TFGF has already typed in Will Levis. She is predicting this to be Levis. This could be also a great spot for a cornerback for that defense. Well, I mean, like, on one hand, I gave you guys the list of teams that would consider drafting Emmanuel Forbes, and Washington was one of them because of the scheme fit. I've been saying he's got to go to a quarters-heavy, zone-heavy system, period. Great scheme fit. There's so many better corners available. I really don't completely hate it because I think he's going to be good in that system. But Christian Gonzalez, Deontay Banks, man, I mean, I'm glad I pointed out pre-draft, like, all of the reasons why he is great for a hybrid system. This show is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. I'm not meaning to play an ad. That was a mistake. So if you go back his last 6 years of football, Emmanuel Forbes, back to he's declaring as a true junior. If you go back to his last 3 years in high school ball, 30 interceptions in that time, and you don't get that many interceptions by mistake. He has a lightning quick first step. He is incredible dropping into those quarters. Defense is basically an extension of the safety staff, where he's reading the quarterback. He can jump underneath routes. But unlike some of these guys that fit these systems well, guys like what's his name? The cornerback in Jacksonville. Or DJ Reed for the Jets. These smaller corners. Unlike some of those guys, Darius Williams who kind of have to play off the ball because they're small, he's got real reach and range because he's 6'1". So Christian Gonzalez just went to New England. They're firing off picks now. But, like, and I accidentally pressed like it on the Washington pick. I meant to do fine. Teddy's kind of distracted me. I think I'm going to put him back over here. Sorry. But I just, Gonzalez goes with the next pick to New England. Yeah, that's going to maybe bite you a little bit. But I think he's going to be a good player. So I think it's a fine pick. It's not the end of the world. And I did say, in those systems, I think teams would have a first-round grade on Emmanuel Forbes, and clearly the Washington Commanders did. But also, like, maybe just take Will Levis? I don't know. New England taking Christian Gonzalez now. This, can I take the wheel for a second? This is going to be an absolute certified steal. You like that. With Kirk Cousins giving us the you like that. Christian Gonzalez was my, I think, 7th rated player in this draft class. Incredible athlete. Belichick is going to get the absolute most out of this guy. All of a sudden, that Patriots defense gets kind of a star on the back end. They've got a bunch of guys that can play in the secondary. It's been keeping up with the Joneses, with Jonathan Jones and Jack Jones and Marcus Jones. Well, you got one starter now that's not named Jones, Christian Gonzalez. And I think he could be a real superstar corner for them. It might take some time. I didn't think he was, like, I always thought it was weird that people thought him and Devon Witherspoon were in kind of the same, they're in the same tier, I suppose. Like, I guess maybe it's not crazy, but to me, Witherspoon was just so much more polished. I think it's a big reason he went so much earlier than Gonzalez here. I think when it comes to read and react skills and physical press man coverage, there's still stuff that he needs to work on, but I don't know if he could have gone to a better spot to learn that. So this is a truly fantastic pick for the Patriots. And they haven't had those, they just don't have players with superpowers, right? Like, they've got a bunch of solid players. Christian Gonzalez brings the traits at a valuable position that they really desperately needed. And I think this is one of the better picks that we've seen here tonight. And by trading down to do it, you kind of force the Jets into a panic, I think, to make a pick that maybe wasn't the best for them in your division. So Sheridan says, yeah, Washington is definitely all in on Howell at this point. I do think that is very fascinating. If they weren't committed to Sam Howell, they would have taken Will Levis there for sure. So big risk to take Emmanuel Forbes. It's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see how it plays out. Shajak says Levis will be better for this fall. He's competitive. The chip on his shoulder should be good for him. I tend to agree. And now he's going to a better team. I mean, if he ends up in Minnesota, good for you, Vikings fans. I really didn't think the fall would be this far. Now he's got to get past Tampa, and I don't think Detroit is going to hand him to you. So that's kind of the last hurdle. Or Seattle at 20 could do it as well. So that they're not through the woods yet, but it's definitely starting to feel that way. I hate that they do this. They rip off 2 picks and then they go to commercial.
I know, it's felt a lot better than last year.
Yeah.
Last year was really bad, where it was like 3 and then like a 10-minute break.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the pacing has definitely been better. Cheesehead Joey, what's up? I love the pick, contingent on what they do with their other 2 picks, right? There's going to be opportunities for them to get playmakers yet to come. I'm a big Lucas Van Ness guy. And having to block him and Rashawn Gary is going to be a true nightmare. And, we don't know what Rashawn Gary is going to look like right away coming off the ACL. So, he can definitely step in and give you 80% of what Rashawn Gary was doing for you. And then, obviously, in time, you're going to phase out Preston Smith. That very seriously could be the best pass rush, the best edge rush duo in the NFL at some point. Shout out to my friends and family. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Hi, family in-laws.
Nate, Jack, Barry.
Yep, Nate.
Brett.
Yep, all the all my bachelor party boys, my groomsmen in the house. Shout out to you guys. Tyler says Kirk Cousins is live on Bleacher Report right now. Oh my God, that will be gold if they take Will Levis.
What does that?
He's on a live stream.
Oh. I hope they take him. I think it's probably a good move
Great move.
for the Vikings.
That's
Kirk's not going to last forever.
right. And there's a connection there, not a full connection, but his junior year coordinate. It's not really. It's kind of a stretch, but a fun fact: Will Levis's junior year coordinator replaced Kevin O'Connell in Los Angeles. So O'Connell got the Vikings job,
Right.
and then Levis's offensive coordinator left to run the same system for the Rams. And then Levis went down the drain with a horrible team around him in his senior year. But yeah, Vikings fans, you're at this point, I would think you're on the edge of your seat to get Levis here.
I mean, who else realistically would the Vikings want if Levis gets taken in these
There's
few picks?
there's two corners, Joey Porter and Deontay Banks, who are also massive needs and great players. So the board has actually fallen just about perfect. The only holdup is you still have Detroit needs a corner, Baltimore needs a corner, Tampa could need a corner, and then Tampa needs a quarterback. So
I know. I kind of feel like that's going to happen.
that would be best case scenario for. Well, I think if I'm Levis, I'd rather go to Minnesota than Tampa.
Yeah.
But they're both good spots.
Yeah, I don't see him sliding past Tampa, but we'll see.
And Detroit made their pick. Detroit wasn't going to hand a quarterback interdivision,
Yeah, right.
especially because they chose not to take a quarterback themselves and stand by Goff. So Detroit could really go in any direction here. Nolan Smith, corner. Who knows what they're going to do, though, after that 12th pick. So the pick's coming in now. Oh, my God, Jack Campbell. What the hell is Detroit doing? So I loved Jack Campbell for Detroit in the second round. They have now taken the two least valuable positions in the NFL with two top 20 picks. Gross. I mean, legitimately gross for the Lions. You had these picks, and this is your haul. I do apologize. I seriously apologize, Lions fans. That sucks. That feels like how I felt about the Packers draft last year. Look, Campbell's going to be a really fun player to watch. The Campbell, Dan Campbell, Jack Campbell, this 6'5" meathead white dude out of Iowa. He's going to be the captain of your defense. He's going to be top 5 in the league in tackles every year. He's going to be a really solid year in player. He might even be one of those Ring of Honor guys, a fan favorite that's around forever. But it's just a horrible use of value now for the second time in 6 picks. Yeah, not a certified steal for this. I question this one. This one's not quite as bad as the Jahmyr Gibbs pick because it is a need. He's a really good player. He was my number one linebacker. He's not like other linebackers where he's going to take forever to get up to speed. It's kind of the opposite where like he's not a great athlete, but he is ready to go now. But to not take Joey Porter, to not take Deonte Banks, to not take Nolan Smith, I just do not understand that pick. Also, linebacker, not corner. You're good. I just want to make sure people aren't confused. So now the Bucks pick is coming in. We got some super chats. The pacing is just all over the place here, but I don't think the pick's coming in for a minute. The Bucks raced this card up. This could be Levis. This could be Joey Porter. They have some great options here with some of these reaches.
Somebody said in the chat, automatic Campbell Chunky Soup sponsor for sure.
Oh, yeah. For sure. Levis is smiling.
Is he?
They just showed him smiling. So, I mean, that would be a great pick for Tampa. We'll see what they do. But Gage says top 3 picks so far. I think the Jalen Carter pick for the Eagles has got to be... I mean, that's just straight up highway robbery as long as the off-field stuff clears out. Gonzalez got a certified steal grade. I think I've given 3 certified steals. I just can't remember who was it. I think it was I gave the Will Anderson trade up for the Texans. Those are the 3 that I've given the purple graded certified steal reactions to. From Alex, thank you for the generous super chat, my dude. Yep, Patriots fan. If you get you getting Gonzalez, you are popping champagne, man. Him at 18 is a fantastic value. All right, Bucks pick coming in. Is this going to be Will Levis? No. Kalijah Cansey off the board. I'm not surprised by the fit. The Levis thing is getting weird at this point, but Tampa has always had room for that 4-eye disruptor on their defensive front, and he fits through and through. I had a feeling Cansey was going to go anywhere from Detroit at 18 down to like Philly at 30 or even Tampa, Cincinnati at 31. I think it's a very, very good pick. I will be giving this a love it. I'm going to give it a like it. Because if Will Levis is good, he made a mistake. But I do like this pick. He's going to ramp up that pass rush. You have Vita Vea next to him. If you got size concerns for a guy like Cansey, and you should, because he's like literally not even first round, just defensive tackles drafted, he's like the smallest one pretty much ever, at least in the last 20 years. 30.5-inch arms is way below your thresholds for the position. So, you've got that. But if you've got a system where you can get him in one gap, let him be a disruptor, have a giant defensive tackle next to him like Vita Vea, you can definitely get away with this. So I like the fit. That pass rush took a dramatic fall off last year, and Cansey's a damn good one. So I can't just destroy everyone for passing on a quarterback, but I think it is something you have to think about when Baker Mayfield is your slotted starter and you're picking 19th and a guy like Will Levis is there. But still, a good pick for Tampa. Cyrudin, super chat, thank you, my man. Just wanted to say thank you. Currently working on my master thesis, and your NFL content was a constant companion. Aw, it's been nice to be next to you as you go to hard work, man. I'm glad I could help in any way I can. Congratulations on your masters. Is this Tampa Bay punting into next year for Caleb? I mean, certainly, right? Like, you do have to keep in mind what the quarterback class looks like next year. So Levis here at 20, I don't think is going to last much longer. I think Minnesota at 23, if nothing else, is his absolute floor. But does a team try to jump up? And Baltimore is almost assuredly going to have a chance to take either the homegrown Deonte Banks or Joey Porter Jr., that's going to be locked in pretty much in advance here as a certified steal grade from me. I just tweeted, so who kidnapped Brad Holmes and who is this 5-year-old sending in these picks for Detroit? What a bad draft for the Lions. And I'm just stunned. Brad Holmes has killed it for 2 straight years, and then all of a sudden, trading away Okudah, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, all of a sudden nothing makes sense. Chiefs guy, the top QBs next year, you got Caleb Williams at USC, who stylistically, physically speaking, is just very reminiscent of Mahomes. He just is. The way he moves, the way he throws, the way he plays, his production. He's him. He's certified him. And then you got Drake May at UNC, who I think also has a ton of potential to be viewed as someone that's maybe would have been the best player in this draft as well. I think he needs another good year, but both have those creative instincts as a quarterback, the athleticism, the arm talent. We got 11 picks left here tonight. You guys, I was expecting a max of 2,000 tonight. Maybe I undersold what we could achieve as a TFG community. I was telling Anna before we sat down for dinner, if we could get over 2,000, I'd be thrilled. There's so many options for you guys with these live streams. Seriously, I don't care. I will shout them out. You could be watching Bootleg, you could be watching Bengal, you could be watching the PFF show. I love all those guys. But for all you guys to be here with me, I'm getting emotional. It's been an amazing run, and thank you for joining me here. Man, this has been amazing. And a shout out to Underdog for sponsoring the show tonight. I'm very thankful for getting to work with them as well. Not just a great platform for fantasy football, but just good dudes running the business there. And I wouldn't endorse a company that I don't believe in. So shout out to the guys at Underdog as well. From Bryson, how do I do my potential grades? Honestly, that part kind of goes back to like the Madden side of things back when I first started, and then I've kind of evolved it into my own analysis. I think a 0 to 100 scale is a good snapshot of kind of how guys stand in the league. So it's just kind of like how good of a player I think they could be, obviously, being the potential grade. I don't have a formula or anything, but obviously the closer to 99, the more elite I think you could be. It's really just kind of tiered too. The potential grade is pretty consistent with my actual grading system. Like, if to explain that a little bit, like if you look at, I didn't put it in this description, but if you go to any of my position ranking videos, or for those that are on Patreon looking at the draft guide here tonight, like let's take a player that gets a 6.7 grade, which is a day one starter with high-end starter upside. You're probably looking at 85 to 88 being that kind of like high-end starter. Nothing super special, but you know, if everything goes right, you're looking at a guy that's a top 10 or so player at their position, which would be in line with somewhere between an 85 and an 88. Wade, thank you for the super chat. Yep, Broshmo's awesome. Shout him out as well. He popped in the stream earlier. Was happy to collab with Broshmo again this year. Always fun. Peyton, Colts fan, I'm ecstatic about getting AR. What do you think his ceiling is? I mean, dude, I think you know the answer to that. Physically speaking, Anthony Richardson has the highest ceiling any quarterback's ever had. And it's not even hyperbolic to say that. It's absurd how freaky that dude is. Now, ceiling at quarterback it's not all about physical tools, right? A lot of it's up here. So that's just to be determined. But I love the fit within the offense. He's going to be able to basically do the same stuff he did with Jalen Hurts whenever he does play eventually. Sterling, yeah, Gutekunst and Brad Holmes got Freaky Friday. I agree. What the hell, Detroit? Nick, I can't, I'm assuming you're right. Like, that probably is what happened, but I just cannot agree with the players they took where they took them. You can disagree with whatever you want, but you have to, it's not like these picks have, even if it's a worse draft class, it's not like those picks don't have value, right? Like, you are just pissing value down the drain by taking a Jahmyr Gibbs at 12 and a linebacker at 18. A favorite player I've ever scouted or looked at, it's so hard because there's so many. Oh my God, I didn't even think about Seattle getting Jackson Smith and Jigba, which just happened. I'll come back to that super chat, but let's talk about Jackson Smith and Jigba. This was like the original Jackson Smith and Jigba spot before the JSN hype got on a freaking speed train with a jetpack and turned into, he's the next Justin Jefferson, which was always just freaking stupid to me. He's not Justin Jefferson. He's Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's Julian Edelman. He is a supreme slot receiver. He doesn't have the speed, the frame, the production outside that Justin Jefferson did. I've always thought that was just not accurate. But you put him in this offense where you have two outside receivers, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett. You plug him into the slot with Geno. Yeah, Seattle's having a great draft, man. They really are. They got Devon Witherspoon. They got Jackson Smith and Jigba. This is like, everyone thinks I hate Jackson Smith and Jigba. I don't. This is where a guy like this belongs. A day one impact, a good starter, someone that's going to be a week in, week out, 6 catches, 70 receptions, a chain mover, but plays a slot receiver position that it just is easier to find those types of players and to scheme these guys up than it is to get those ball winners on the outside. So you have those guys around him. It's going to be really tough for Geno to not succeed in this offense. So, I mean, I think I would even, I'm going to keep it at a love it pick because this to me is where he always belonged. I think this idea that he was going to go 9 to the Bears or 12 to the Texans, maybe I got sucked into it a little bit, but it never really added up to me with his upside. But to get him at 20, I think this is a really nice landing spot for both parties. But I got to answer this super chat from Bryson. Favorite players I've ever scouted. It's so hard. Kyler Murray really is one of the most enjoyable players I've ever scouted because when I got to him, and I've told this story plenty of times, but he was one of my better takes ever on this channel. And those that were here for it, I think, remember going through this. I did a mock draft at like January 2nd that year when everyone thought Kyler Murray was going to just go play baseball. He was the 7th overall pick by the Oakland A's, and he was projected to be maybe a 3rd round pick because he was 5'9". I don't think their season had ended quite yet. And I sat down to watch him before I did a mock draft. And I watched him. I was like, oh, my God, this guy's different. He is not going to go play baseball. He's going to play football. And not just that, the Cardinals are going to move off of Josh Rosen, who they just picked, and take this guy to pair with Cliff Kingsbury. And that was like a crazy take, all stemming from the fact that I just truly loved his tape. Another guy, unfortunately, Zach Wilson. Was one of the most fun college players I've ever. Every time I got to get to a new Zach Wilson game, I was excited because he was just so good at BYU. This idea that he was not a certified baller at BYU is just wrong. He was so good at BYU. Didn't translate, or it hasn't translated yet, but he's up there. Jamar Chase was incredibly fun to watch. Along with Kyle Pitts. Like that class was crazy. Got to go back to Saquon, Bijan this year. Those are guys definitely up there. I would also put Witherspoon this year up there at that cornerback position. I'd also shout out some of my favorite safeties: Daxton Hill, Javon Holland, and Antoine Winfield. All guys I kind of pounded the table for who have been good, and I think Daxton will be good. So there's a good list of some of my favorite my guys. We got the Chargers pick in. I'm kind of expecting Brian Branch here, personally. Dalton Kincaid could be in play. Maybe they think about like Deonte Banks, who was really good in zone. Parker, thank you for the super chat. Let me just scroll down one more before you... Yeah, Parker, your Seahawks, they had a couple years in there where it was a little rough, but, man, they're between last year and this year, it's hard not to get excited about the Seahawks. It really, really is. We got to go, babe. We got to go to a Seahawks game. What?
I spaced out, and I thought you said, you gotta go, like I need to...
You gotta go. You gotta get out of here. You're like, what? Are you eating...
Rutabaga from Thanksgiving?
What? Where did that come from?
It was in the freezer.
Can I show them?
Yeah.
I look over, and she's eating what looks like baby food. It's leftovers from Thanksgiving.
It was in the freezer.
And she's just spaced out, enjoying...
It's my ice cream.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. I was like, is that mango sorbet? Sherbert, in honor of Justin Herbert getting a new player here. Bunch more super chats. God, you guys are so amazing. I am like honestly getting emotional with all the support. You guys are just the best. But Ben says, this is why I dislike the Stroud pick. Could have had Levis at 12 or waited for a certified stud next year. If Casario's gone on 3 years, this is the reason why. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a way to look at it. I had Stroud and Levis neck and neck. But it is looking like the Vikings are going to have an opportunity to take Will Levis, which is, living in Minnesota, that is a dream for the Vikings to have an out. Even if Levis, Quentin Johnston to the Chargers. That's my dude. I'm gonna have to love this pick, man. I am a Quentin Johnston apologist. He is my wide receiver one because I think his upside is higher than Jackson Smith and Jigba. Fun to see them at the end of all of this. They go back to back, still in the first round. Quentin Johnston, the way I describe him is if I told you he was 3 inches shorter, I think people would actually like him a lot better and view him as more of a Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk type of prospect, as an elite run after catch player, someone that flashes big ball skills, but doesn't always do it consistently, has some drop issues, but find ways to get the ball in his hands, let him go to work. And I think he does not get enough credit for his route running. He is a really good separator. He's the best player outside of Michael Wilson in this draft at beating tough press coverage. And you now have two big-bodied guys that are different in skill set, right? You don't need him to go win jump balls on the outside. You've got Mike Williams to do that for you. He's going to exist in the short to intermediate. He's going to let you phase out Keenan Allen in a year, which is only a matter of time before you need to do that. Quentin ended up as my I'm just pulling up my big board. He ended up as my 11th overall player on my big board. So I will defend this pick. I love this pick. Is it a complete tapped steal? No. But I very much like that pick. We got a couple more super chats from Thomas. With how the tight ends are falling, do I think Green Bay would have to trade up for Kincaid? Yeah, I do think they'd have to trade up, but God, that'd be fun. That'd be really fun if they moved up. But maybe they don't have to move up for Darnell Washington or Michael Mayer. You got the 42nd pick. So if I'm them, I probably don't trade up. I think all three of those players are good fits for them. And as long as you think you can get one of them at 42, I think you stay put if you're Green Bay. Lil Caesar, when did Seattle learn how to draft in the first round? I think it started last year. They just kind of started going consensus in the first. I feel like what they did is they just started going consensus in the first round and then stuck to their plan on the day 2, day 3. And you can't really argue with that because they're always a good mid-round drafting team, but they've always sucked trying to do their own thing in the first round. But shout out to a fellow St. Thomas Tommy. John Schneider, the GM there, has been absolutely killing it. He just keeps climbing back up the GM rankings because for a while he was king. Andres, what do I think of the Pats taking CG? One of the best picks of the draft, man. Congratulations. Great pick. I can't wait to see him coached up by Bill Belichick. From Hawkeye Blues, if the Eagles somehow get Nolan Smith to become the Bulldogs of the North, I still think the Packers might have you on that front. Because you got Nakobe Dean coming in, so you'd have 4. You'd have 4 in the front. Packers only have 2, and then Eric Stokes in the back. The Steelers are trying to get in that mix too, but yes, we can call the Eagles the Bulldogs of the North. That especially because it's all those guys in the front 4 especially. If Minnesota gets Will Levis, will I do the Skol chant? Dude, I've done the Skol chant thousands of times.
We're big fans of the Skol chant.
We're Skol fans. I would do a Skol chant.
I'd join you in that Skol chant. We don't have what's that thing called? The big horn.
The Gallahorn?
Yeah.
Do we still have the Vikings helmet thing sitting around anywhere?
We don't.
I'll put my Twins jersey on and do the Skol chant. That's about as close as I could probably get.
Can you have me at the phone charger?
Yeah. It's time we bring our son back into the...
We also have another super chat from the Chiefs guy.
The Chiefs guy. Now we're here. Lamar stays in Baltimore. Yes, I'm glad they worked it out. It took long enough, but they have a chance here to take I tweeted this earlier today, that if they happen to get one of the top 4 corners, they are going to be seriously underrated in the mix for being a Super Bowl contender, kind of a post-hype sleeper after their team fell apart last year. either Banks or Porter here would be kind of like Derwin James-esque steals late in the draft. I really feel that way. Those are some special players. Both incredible fits, huge needs. I mean, Banks is he's my best corner available. He's a hometown kid. He doesn't even have to move. Cheers from St. Cloud, Malik. Skull.
We have a shout out from Southeast Minneapolis too.
All right.
Just on the other side of the city.
All right. Gotta represent. I was on Matthew Collar's show, and we were saying us Minnesotans got to stick together. Maybe I will do a skull chant, but I will say, it is hard. Like, you're gonna have an opportunity to take either Porter or Banks, and that's Brian Flores in that room is going to be pounding the table for that cornerback. So I think they got to take Levis. I think it would be a mistake. The Vikings have spent the last 5 years desperately looking for a way to get an option out of purgatory. Even if he sucks, at least you found a good excuse to get out of Kirk Cousins. But I don't think he's going to suck. I believe in Will Levis, so it is a great chance for them. But it is going to be a tough decision. I mean, you could take a corner and steal a lot of value there and really help your chances this year. So I could understand that room talking themselves into that too. It's going to be a tough call. But I don't think the Ravens are picking Will Levis after just giving Lamar Jackson $255 million. So he's going to be there.
We have another super chat that you missed. Let's split up, gang. He says, Marcus, you cursed us. The Jets don't need your bad karma.
Oof. Why is it? You think it's my karma? You don't think it's Aaron Rodgers' karma? Why is it got to be my fault? All right, here's the Ravens pick. Oh, Zay Flowers. It's still a good pick, but I do have some questions. I really do. I want to like this pick more than I should, but to pass on those corners, I think hurts a little bit. Like, I'm curious if Ravens fans agree with me. I have mocked Zay Flowers to the Ravens. I think he's a great fit. I can't, I'll put my grade in here. I really can't be overly critical of this, but I honestly, in my heart of hearts, I don't like it. I'm going to give it, I think this is our first fine pick, and it's not about Zay. It's really hard. It's one of these things, I might sit back, and maybe they make a move in the second round and get a corner, and I change this grade later, but when I look at that team and that defense, I really felt like if they could have gotten one of those top 4 corners, they would be. But Zay is really good. I'm gonna flip this real quick. I'm just gonna make it a like it. It's between fine and like it. I don't need to keep going down this table at the corners, but I think a lot of Ravens fans are gonna agree with me that Porter and Banks probably would have been a better pick, but you now have Odell, Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, a new offense, Lamar back. You are ready to go other than your cornerback 2 position. So, yeah, and the fact that Banks is a hometown kid, it is tough. But, Zay, it's kind of funny that they traded Hollywood Brown a year ago, and now they take Zay Flowers. They traded Hollywood Brown for a first-round pick, and then they spent another pick in the 20s on Zay Flowers. They're a little bit different. Zay is a little bit more complete as a receiver, but kind of same idea. But different coordinator now. It's kind of an afterthought. Please acknowledge that me and Robbie Ray are twins. I actually don't know who Robbie Ray is, but I really should make a list of all the people that people say I look like.
I'll confirm or deny.
Okay. Yeah?
I can see it.
Let me see. I'm going to get a picture and put it on the stream and we can... Yeah. I feel like my eyebrows are a little too far off. Who's he play for? The Marlins?
Seattle.
Or the Mariners?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. I could see this. Well, whatever. I'm not gonna be able to get it, but yes, I could see it. The facial hair is like on point. If I put a baseball hat on, maybe that's me in a different life. I was a pretty good pitcher back when I was like 14. You guys, I was a quarterback and I was tearing it up in Little League before high school. Let's not tell them about the fact that I played down a year. All right, Vikings.
We had a couple more Skull Vikings super chats on there.
All right. Yeah, this is a big time decision for Kwesi. I think if you don't take Will Levis, I think you have a lot of explaining to do because this is a dream opportunity, right? I think they're going to do it. And I can't wait to see Kirk Cousins' live reactions to this. But I mean, dude, you're Kirk Cousins. What do you expect? Do you think you're going to play for the same team your whole career? He already hasn't. But at the same time, like, I can understand if they take one of these corners because those are special players that have fallen to them too. It's like really a difficult decision.
So if they don't pick Will Levis, who does he fall to next?
New Orleans is sitting there, but you also might look at like a trade up. Like the Rams move. I mentioned his college coordinator is there. So the Rams moving up to take him would actually be my pro comp for Will Levis is freaking Matthew Stafford, and his offensive coordinator is on their team. So that would make a lot of sense.
The Rams don't pick for a while, though.
Yep, they have the 5th pick in the 2nd round, so that it wouldn't cost that much to move up to get him. And they would want to get into the 1st round because you get a 5th-year option on 1st-round picks. Mm-hmm. Dude, what if they take Hendon Hooker? What if they take Hendon Hooker over Will Levis? Oh my God, that would be the upset of the night. I would roast them so bad for that.
What about the Saints?
Yeah, Saints could be in play. Derek Carr is basically on a 2-year deal. I think they're kind of in on trying to win with Carr, though, so I don't know if they would do that. Seardin, I like your list. All those guys make sense. I would go probably Banks or Porter for Jacksonville. Man, they're really struggling with this decision. They're like, are we going to reshape our timeline here with this pick? The pick is in. This is a nerve-wrenching?
Gut-wrenching?
Gut-wrenching, nerve-inspiring There's something there that I'm trying to think of.
How much compass box have you had today?
Not too much. A nerve-inspiring.
Nerve-wracking.
Nerve-wracking! Yes! There it is. Oh, boy. Teddy, why didn't you help us think of that?
Gosh, Teddy.
What are you good for?
Should turn him.
Bengals are coming up, Teddy. Is Joe Burrow going to get a playmaker? Do you love Joe Burrow? What was it? Nerve-wracking. Yeah, there it is. Okay. I'm nervous for the Vikings. Like, I mean, you're basically signaling with this pick what you think of your team. Because if you take a corner, you're like, we can cure this defense, get Brian Flores in here, and you know, try to recreate the magic from last year. If you take Will Levis, you're admitting we're going to take a step back before we take 2 steps forward, or at least let the rest of the league take a step forward, so we can take 2 steps forward later. Here we go. Shout out the chat for not ruining any picks so far, at least that I've seen. Okay. Jordan Addison. What is the deal with these corners? Why? What did the NFL see in these cornerbacks that everybody else didn't? It was a consensus opinion that these corners were fantastic. It's not a horrible pick if you told me before the draft started the Vikings took Jordan Addison at 23, I would say, yeah, that's a pretty good pick. He's my 25th player. He's my 4th wide receiver, so he's the 4th wide receiver off the board here. There's really nothing wrong with this. He's going to be a dope player next to Justin Jefferson. He doesn't have to be their number 1. That's my thing with Jordan Addison is I compare him to Emmanuel Sanders, where he can be a route runner, a productive number 2 wide receiver, but never going to be your Justin Jefferson, never going to be your alpha. But I can't shred them too much for this, but I think they passed on 2 premium players in this draft at their biggest need, cornerback. I don't think Brian Flores is going to be happy about this. And more importantly, you had the opportunity to get out of QB purgatory with Will Levis falling into your lap. And you're just, having lived in Minnesota, I know this is what Vikings fans want. The wide majority are like, can we please just get a plan at quarterback that isn't Kirk Cousins? And that plan fell into your lap. You didn't have to move up, nothing. No one would have questioned you if you took Will Levis. So, I just have questions. And it's not a reflection of Jordan Addison here. It really isn't.
Giants just traded up ahead of the Jags.
Interesting. So that means they thought the Jags were going to take the guy they wanted. I'm just trying to think who that would be. Like, it could be the center. It could be John Michael Schmitz, who they've been connected to. I could see the Jags liking him. It could be Dalton Kincaid. Could be one of the corners. What?
They were just commenting on his style and how he's going to fit right into Minnesota.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, he's got him,
The swag.
him, and
Minnesota swag.
yeah, the Minnesota swag. Him, Anthony Edwards, Byron Buxton, Justin Jefferson. It's like a frickin' dream team of swag. Yeah, chat. Brian Branch. Maybe Brian Branch is the guy the Giants thought the Jags were going to take. I mean, that's been the dream for the Jags all along. Their two needs are slot corner and maybe safety, and Brian Branch is both of those. So, this is... you don't see a whole lot of moves like this, where the team, when it's not for like a quarterback at the top of the draft, where it's like, hey, you want to tell us who you're picking? No? Like, oh, can we jump you? We think we know who you're going to take, and we want to take him first. Can we jump you? And then they say yes. It's kind of an interesting dynamic.
We have a couple super chats. Did you get who should the Bills target with their pick?
No, I missed that one. Thank you. I'm going to go back up in the timeline because I didn't respond to...
I think that's the furthest one back I can see.
I've got a couple here. From Game Effect, I want the Jets or Packers to trade up for a weapon. I don't know if the Jets need to. The Jets still have Corey Davis. They run like 4 deep at wide receiver, so I don't know if they need to. But Packers trading up for a weapon definitely would make sense. From Jordan, news just came out that the Texans traded their first to the Cards and not the Browns. I think that's a huge difference here. Yeah, I agree. I would have much rather given up the Browns first, and I don't think they had to budge on that. Especially because you're not coming up for a quarterback. I did respond to Sirodin with your list of picks for the Bills. I liked your list. Who should the Bills, from Hussey's Huddle, who should the Bills target with their pick? I still like DeJuan Jones for them quite a lot. I really do. And I think that's going to be my answer. I'm just a big fan. Or Anton Harrison. I really think tackle's a big need for them. Maybe Drew Sanders will be on their radar. I think that would be a mistake. But with these corners still there, do you think about it? I know they have guys, but it's a big position. Shadrach, I really strongly disagree with your take there that the Giants should have traded up for a wide receiver. I think they're fine. I mean, seriously, you look at the Giants' depth chart. I think they are going to be just fine. They have Darius Slayton, Isaiah Hodgins, Paris Campbell, Wan'Dale Robinson, Jamison Crowder, Sterling Shepard, Darren Waller, Saquon Barkley. If they stayed put and took one, but I don't think it's like, oh my God, they screwed up by not trading up for a wide receiver. They have a bunch of NFL players. They made it work with a way worse unit last year. They have other needs. So I'm not going to be critical of the Giants for not moving up for a wide receiver. I think it was a little bit of an overstated need when they have plenty of needs. Solo Protege says, I'm convinced Levis's mayo in his coffee genuinely scared teams off from drafting him at this point. Maybe, man. I mean, is that a legit character red flag? Maybe. So the Giants pick is coming in. And it is Deonte Banks. Good for you, Giants. And that is why you don't have to trade up for a wide receiver, because you get one of the best players in this draft, genuinely. Banks was a top 10 player in this draft for me. He is a great need. He can run man. He can run zone. He can get in guys' face. A ring the bell moment for myself as the NFL drafts Banks over Joey Porter. Was a little bit out on the limb in January when I had Banks as my 16th pick to the Washington Commanders. Was a my guy throughout the process. He is so good. Giants got a really good one here. And I think you can definitely make the case that corner was a bigger need than wide receiver for them. You've got Wink Martindale's system where he wants to blitz. He wants guys that can hold up on the back end. You really have a Dory Jackson and not a whole lot else back there. So, did you put it in? I got to do my...
Oh, I already did it.
I just haven't switched it over yet. So for me, this is a certified steal for the New York Giants. Great work. One of the best picks of the night, in my opinion. You pull up there, you take a look at their Our Lads. Yeah, it's Adoree Jackson, great, / good. Ooh, the Bills moving up. Okay. You got Cordale Flott, Darnay Holmes, a real person, by the way, Cordale Flott. Aaron Robinson, a third-round pick in 2021, hasn't been able to do much for them. They signed Amani Oruwariye. Desperately needed a cornerback, way more than wide receiver, honestly. And to get Deonte Banks, slam dunk. Absolute slam dunk. So the Bills moving up. Jacksonville had Brian Branch sitting in their lap.
The Bills and the Cowboys have moved up.
No.
Jacksonville was supposed to be next.
Right. The Bills were behind Dallas. So the Bills...
So yeah, but Jacksonville was ahead of Dallas. So they both have moved up, essentially.
Dallas is still picking in the same spot, though. Dallas still has the 26th pick.
I'm confused. That's why I'm not the analyst.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Buffalo's targeting here. I think Miles Murphy is still there, you guys. Another... We can get the bell out for that one. Always thought Miles Murphy as a top 20 pick was a little rich. I've basically consistently had him falling in this 25 to 30 range. That could be someone the Bills are targeting here. God forbid this would be Keon White. Sawyer, thank you for the generous super chat. There was a quote from an anonymous GM. Gotta love an anonymous GM quote. Who said they took an offensive player off their board after he was complaining about his coaching staff. I'm thinking if it was Levis. Fascinating. It wouldn't surprise me. But he's not wrong. Yeah. Come on, buddy. The Bengals are coming up. We got to get your jersey on. Are we popping the Bengals block?
If it's a good pick only.
Okay. If they make a bad pick, what do we do? Smash it? Smash it versus pop it?
People have been asking what breed Teddy is.
Pomeranian. He is a toy Pomeranian.
He's 7. He's doing great.
All right, we got a commercial break in real life. I need to use the restroom and fill up my scotch a little bit. So we are going to let Underdog kill some time here until I get back. This show is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy, the easiest place to play fantasy football. The moment this draft is complete, Best Ball Mania 4 goes live, and it is the biggest fantasy football competition of all time. Not even kidding. It's only $25 to enter for your shot at $15 million in total prizes and a first place prize of $3 million. You won't want to miss out on this action. The best part is, because it's best ball format, all you have to do is draft your teams, which you can do at home on your phone thanks to the amazing Underdog app. In Best Ball Mania, you join the tournament, draft your team as you would in any normal fantasy football league, and your lineup is locked in once the draft is complete. No waivers, no trades. That's right, it is set it and forget it until it's time to collect your cash. Underdog automatically optimizes your lineup weekly to create the highest scoring option. What are you waiting for? Get signed up at UnderdogFantasy.com or via the App Store with promo code TFG, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code TFG for your shot at $15 million inside Best Ball Mania 4. This show is brought to you by Underdog. Sorry I have to run all these ads. I have to pay my wife to be the graphics assistant somehow, you guys, so appreciate you.
Keeping me employed.
Yeah. Someone's got to get paid to make these graphics. Graphics. Hey, I said that incorrectly, but that's what they are. They're graphics. They're graphics.
Also, you missed a super chat asking about the Raiders. It must have been a while ago.
Okay.
Just what you think about the Raiders.
Their draft pick.
Just in general, I think.
I'm assuming he means the pick. I thought it was a solid pick. And with Levis falling this far, it gets interesting. Like, can they still come back up and get Levis anyway? Which would be pretty crazy. But excited down the road to see that pairing of Wilson and Crosby. It's going to be a pretty nasty combination. Okay, for Dalton Kincaid. I was a little bit interested if this might look at all those. They've got all the hats. They're trying to find the Bills. They're like, we didn't think it was going to be the Bills. It is fascinating. I find that really interesting. They had at the top, they had 4 teams that were often mock draft destinations. I think I saw Jags, Bengals, Packers, and Chargers. So they're like, it's probably going to be one of these 4. So we'll put it at the top. And that's why the Bills traded up to get ahead of Jacksonville. Or maybe it was Dallas was the other hat. But the Bills come up for him in kind of a surprise. And the family's like, oh, crap, where's the Bills hat? Do we even have one of those? We didn't think they were onto us. So this is interesting because Dawson Knox is in Buffalo. And honestly, I think what this is the Bills have seen Travis Kelce eat them alive so often in the short to intermediate game that they're like, you know what, screw it. We need one of those guys ourselves. And he's kind of like that player. There's no guarantee that he's going to be Travis Kelce, but I like this pick. I'm not like, exploding with enthusiasm. I thought they had some needs that could have been addressed otherwise. I do think he's an upgrade from Dawson Knox. It's just Knox, like, what did he even do? Did not Dawson Knox do anything last year? Because I know he was good the year before that, but I feel like he kind of was disappointing maybe after the contract. I'm just pulling him up real quick because, like, genuinely, I don't really remember noticing Dawson Knox all that much for the Bills. Just one of those guys that seemed to fade away. Yeah, I mean, he ended up with 600 yards, 7 touchdowns, down from 685 and 11 the year before that. Contested catch percentage dropped from 58% to 36%. Continued to show drop issues. I would get, obviously, they're kind of frustrated that Dawson Knox didn't take that next step last year after they gave him a big contract. So they did feel like the Bills needed another playmaker that was reliable. I mean, they have some explosiveness, but I think he's going to be a very effective player in that offense. And I can't slam the pick. It's a good player in that range. I had Dawson Knox as Dalton Kincaid was my 27th overall player. So they get him at 25. it's a fine, solid pick. Trading up for him, you know. I'm excited to watch him in that offense. He's going to be a really good player. So the Cowboys, I think, are a little bit disappointed that Dawson Knox just went. They're a team that I really struggle to mock draft for. I usually end up giving them Mazzie Smith because I think he's kind of a missing piece for them. But I really have no idea which direction they're going to go.
You want a question? This one's from Bernie.
Okay. Shout out to Bernie.
He says, with these run-on receivers, which team has the best wide receiver room? Bears have a decent one. Chargers are dangerous. Ravens making moves. What do you think?
Between those three teams. So who has a better receiver room between Chargers, Bears, and Ravens? They're all kind of in that same group. I think I would go... So Bears got DJ Moore, Mooney, and Claypool. Chargers with Mike Williams, Quentin Johnston, and Keenan Allen, I think, clears. So I think I got to go Chargers, and then I would go probably Ravens, then Bears. But they're all good rooms. They're all very good rooms. If you factor in tight end, you might go Ravens because Mark Andrews is special.
Just a humble bounty hunter, man.
So what are the Bengals doing this year, babe? We haven't talked about the Bengals at all. The Bungles.
They're one of these teams at the end of the draft too that it's like I never fully know what to do. I had Cansey going to him in my last mock. I liked that. He's gone. I like Brian Brzee for them. Miles Murphy could make sense for them. Offensive tackle, a guy like DeJuan Jones could make sense. Just have this crazy tackle, crazy size duo of about 700 pounds between Orlando Brown and DeJuan Jones. That'd be pretty disgusting. Yeah, man, Dallas. I think a couple of the guys I think wanted in Jahmyr Gibbs and Dalton Kincaid are gone here, so like I do take Joey Porter. Joey Porter is a great fit for that defense. Him and going against him and Trayvon Diggs would be obnoxious, man. The length between those two guys, that would be obnoxious. That I feel like is a very Cowboys pick here. They usually just kind of go best player available.
Any snacks you want? I'm getting an Instacart order.
I was kind of thinking Taco Bell after the draft.
Okay, but do you want any snacks?
I think I'm good on snacks. Thank you. We need a little post-draft T-Bell run before I get ready to do my draft grades. Yeah, they have Gilmore, but he's 33 years old on a one-year deal. So that's not enough to stop you from taking an incredible steal like Joey Porter at the 26th pick. Okay. Of course they milk the time with the Cowboys on the clock. Hey, let's Woo! Nailed it. Dude, I've been doing this time in, time out. Mazzie Smith, the missing piece for the Dallas Cowboys. I am so happy right now, not only because I absolutely nailed this, but because this is a great pick for the Dallas Cowboys. They have struggled so bad to have that like consistent block shedder on the interior, that run stuffer. Great job by them landing the kid out of UCLA a few years ago as a 3 technique, but they don't have anybody other than like freaking 40-year-old, what's his name from the Raiders? What? Yeah, Jonathan Hankins, who's 31. Like, Mazzie to me is one of the best block shedding defensive tackles I've watched in a long time. He's not perfect. He needs to improve his double team technique. He's very underdeveloped as a pass rusher, but you pair lightning quick feet at 330 pounds with good 34-inch arms that are rock solid. If you just think about what does it take to take on a block and shed it, you have to engage with inside leverage. You have to have an anchor to hold your ground, and you have to have the strength to move a 300-pound human with the feet to get out of the way and change lanes and make a stop. Mazzie Smith has the perfect tools to do all of those things. And I think this is an amazing pick for Dallas. So an amazing pick for Dallas, and one of my better draft calls because he's been a my guy throughout the process. I was a little bit early, I think, to put him in the first round. So love it. Absolutely love it. And Dallas, I think, completes that defense as one of the best. I mean, it was already one of the best, but that was the missing piece on one of the best defenses in the league. They've filled up other needs in free agency. And, you know, between them and the Philadelphia Eagles, that NFC East is loading up now. And now Jacksonville's up. Very curious to see what they do. Is this offensive line maybe? Brian Branch. Brian Branch is still there. I mean, if Jacksonville trades down twice and still walks out of this with Brian Branch, I mean, he to me was a run the card up to the podium type of pick with the 23rd pick. So and then we have, should I show them the bottle yet?
Oh, yeah.
Or so once this comes in, we have a very special, this was my Christmas gift to Anna. Little Bengals bottle of champagne. There's 3 of them. But this is the first one we're popping.
Well, this is the only champagne. The other ones are wine.
Right. So we're gonna wait for the pick, and then I'm gonna pop this on the stream, and Teddy's gonna celebrate with us. Hopefully, I don't have a Kay Adams situation. She popped a bottle of champagne on NFL Network, and it just went like all over.
Yeah, you're gonna have to step way back over there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be really surprised if this is not Brian Branch.
Someone says, your wife's a Bengals fan? Question. What happens when your favorite team plays her team? I think it's worse that I'm also a Bears fan.
Yeah. Well, we did do that. We went to the Packers-Bengals game in Cincinnati 2 years ago, the one with all the crazy missed field goals. And it was a blast. It's pretty rare that our teams conflict Bengals-wise, but I do find myself betting on the Steelers a lot. That turns into an issue. We've actually honestly had more conflict there than Packers Bears.
Yes, because I just assume the Bears are going to lose.
Yeah. Yeah, if the Steelers are on like Monday Night Football, she hates the Steelers. That's like your least favorite team.
Yes.
The Steelers and whoever Aaron Rodgers is playing for are like your
Correct.
2 least favorite teams.
Correct.
Twin Cities subscriber meetup. Maybe it is time. Do like a brewery TFG meetup. TBD. Do I have any true first round grades left? That is an excellent question, and I do. I have several actually. There's been so many reaches. Brian Branch, Brian Brzee, and Joey Porter are the 3 true first round grades I have remaining. And I do expect those 3 players come off the board in these next. Brian Brzee might fall, and he's, to be fair, my second to last guy that has a true first round grade. But Anton Harrison, also not a big surprise. And I like securing offensive line play for Trevor Lawrence. And you have lost your tackle to the Chiefs in free agency. Now they have Cam Robinson. They do have Walker Little, who I like, but hasn't really established himself as a tackle. I just think it's hard to criticize teams for investing in offensive line when you have a young quarterback like this. So I do think it's a solid pick. I would have preferred Brian Branch for sure if I'm a Jags fan, but I don't think you can get too mad about this. And I don't know necessarily where he's going to play. I think that's going to be interesting because you have Walker Little. One of those guys is probably going to have to kick inside to guard, but I really don't mind that. And you got a guy in Brandon Sheriff who can kind of show him the ropes of what it's like to go from tackle to guard. So I'm going to give this a like it. I'm not like, I had Anton Harrison as a late first, early second round guy. So the value is fine. The position value is good. The need is fine. To me, though, you had Joey Porter. You had Brian Branch. To me, those would have been better picks. And I think I always look back on stuff like that and regret not saying it. I do think that is in part a mistake to not take those guys, but
Sounds like everyone is saying Robinson is suspended.
Oh, really?
He was using PEDs.
Do we know how long? That must have been relatively new information.
All right, Bengals.
Yeah, we got the Bengals. Bengals are up, Teddy. He's got his Bengals jersey on. Look at this guy. Look at this cute little guy.
Put me down.
Teddy.
Teddy, are you ready to? Is Joe Burrow gonna get a new teammate?
Yeah.
Oh, we love Joe
Teddy's gonna take over the analysis for this one. I'm gonna hide behind him. Bengals have made the pick. 6 games is significant. Okay, so I mean it makes a little bit more sense there for sure. Guess I missed that. All right. I'm still gonna pop this, but I do want to see the pick first. If it's a great pick.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So the pick that I think you would really want, the pop the champagne pick here, I think is either Brian Branch or Joey Porter. I think Brian Brzee is a pop champagne pick. I think DeJuan Jones is a pop champagne pick. Michael Mayer would be a good pick for them. Miles Murphy. Miles Murphy is a good enough pick here. Really glad I didn't go all in on the Miles Murphy hype because this is about where he belongs. Now, Keon White, that's when you're taking this and bashing it into your head instead because that would be horrible. Oh, yeah, Nolan Smith is still there, you guys. That would be fun, too. A lot of good options. That'd be the fourth. I have 4 first-round grades. I forgot Nolan Smith was here. All right, here's the pick. Miles Murphy. Woo, we like it. It's a good pick. He's still a Tiger, and he still wears orange. All right. I got to step over here?
Yeah, it's gonna spray.
Oh, nice throw.
Put it over that.
Huh? It's fine.
Okay.
Whoa, that thing flew. Woo! Oh, Teddy did not like that. Teddy did not like that. But you like the pick, don't you? All right. Can you look at the camera? Here, you get a treat. So, Miles Murphy is interesting. This to me was about the range I felt like he belonged all along. I thought top 10 was asinine. I thought, Levis too. So I still have like 5 first round grades on these guys. Murphy wasn't a true first round grade. But yeah, Murphy had a much better, he's a true junior declaring. He had a much better sophomore year than he did a junior year. Apparently played banged up, and coaching staff changes in second year, and it just wasn't the same. It wasn't horrible his second year, but you looked at him in his sophomore year, and he really looked like he might be a top 10 pick potentially. He's got the length, he's got the explosiveness, he's got the high-end plays. It's just the down-in, down-out consistency that you need to see a little bit more of. I've always, the last few years, felt like the Bengals needed a little bit more juice there on the edge. You have Hendrickson, which is great, but Sam Hubbard as a starting guy on the outside is, he racks up numbers because he eats a ton of snaps for them, but he is not a ideal starter on the edge. So Murphy can really, pin his ears back, get after the quarterback in year 1, and in year 2, you hope to kind of see that growth trajectory from him. I really like Miles Murphy in this destination. I think it's a good scheme fit as well with that 4-man front. So I'm going to change. I think that's a love it pick for the Bengals. We do have some super chats. So from Sheridan with the Harrison Jags pick, I think Walker and Harrison are the tackles, and they'll slide Cam Robinson into guard eventually. Yeah, I think, knowing the suspension is obviously important, and the fact that it's 6 games and the Jags are trying to win right now, it does make a lot more sense. So, and I wasn't against the Harrison pick, so I think I would still keep it as a like it pick. I don't think it's some crazy steal or a pop the champagne pick, if you will. But yeah, I think it does add up, and never going to knock a team for O-line. And then for Shadow Gamer, in your opinion, do you believe this year's draft has been the most unpredictable, or does another year come to mind? Yeah, this is pretty damn crazy. We're sitting here with, what do we determine? 5 players with true first-round grades from me still here. We have Joey Porter. We have Will Levis, Nolan Smith, Brian Branch, and Brian Brzee. I really thought, Brzee I could have seen maybe slipping out, but we got 3 picks left and some really good players. This is going to be, day 2, you guys, is going to be, these first 20 picks tomorrow are going to be just as important as these next 3 picks in a class like this. So the hype is just starting with the stream coming tomorrow. From Trey, what if Brian Branch is an Eagle? Yeah, the Eagles, it's really not a surprise that they're killing things, but that would make so much sense. He is the perfect scheme fit. He's like a better version of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, basically. So I've had him falling to the Eagles in mock drafts before, so it's not like unbelievable, but it is kind of in that certified steal range at that point with the 30th pick. How far do I think Levis falls now? I still think a team is going to be making trade calls. Like, can Kansas City get a king's ransom for a team to come up for that 5th round pick? If the Raiders get Will Levis in the 2nd round, that is an awesome pick. Does Jack Campbell rival Alex Leatherwood in terms of abomination reach? No, Leatherwood, and even worse than that for me was the corner they took out of Ohio State. I had Leatherwood as a 3rd round guy. I had the Ohio State corner, I think, as a 3rd to a 4th round guy. Both turned out to be good grades, by the way. No, I mean, Jack Campbell was my number 1 linebacker, the best linebacker in this draft. It's just I just don't know if his upside is going to return that value. But I at least had Campbell in my top 50 board. It's not like, it's more of a reach in terms of positional value than it is the player himself, honestly. You guys know my thoughts on drafting a linebacker, even though he is a little bit of an exception because he's so mentally developed. Yeah, Damon Arnett is the corner from Ohio State that was a complete bust. Yeah, Shadrach. Those guys are all kind of have been written off. All right, Saints pick is coming in, and then we got 2 more.
I have Will Levis again. Typed in.
Really? I don't think they're going to take Levis.
You don't think so?
No.
All right.
Brian Brzee. Phenomenal pick. Phenomenal pick for the Saints, by the way. Saints really needed this to happen. That defensive line has been decimated. They lost 2 defensive tackles. They lost Shai Tuttle and David Onyemata. They lost Davenport off the edge, and they needed a 3 technique so badly. I really believe in Brian Brzee. I think this is a fantastic landing spot with Dennis Allen and that system. He's a game wrecker, man. He really is. I looked at how he played down the stretch, how he played earlier in his career. He's hyper quick. I think I gave him an A grade for agility. He's got outstanding core strength and has some pass rush moves. Like, they would line him up on the edge and he was working. Like, he got Darnell Wright a few times on some like finesse looking moves. So I'm actually going to give this a certified steal. I think this is one of the best picks of the draft from a fit perspective. And just from a need perspective, they so badly needed this 3 technique. He tragically lost his younger sister to brain cancer before the year started and dealt with injuries. It was just an impossible year. And I just realized the Eagles have a chance to get Joey Porter at pick 30. I mean, everyone freaking out about Brian Branch in the chat. That's not the steal. Joey Porter is the steal. I mean, or Nolan Smith. Yeah. The Eagles are just like, what is happening? Why is the NFL letting this happen?
This reminds me so much of draft day. Where
Yeah.
the quarterback keeps flying.
Yeah.
Did nobody go to his birthday party?
Yeah, no one went to Will Levis's birthday party, you guys. You heard it. You heard it here first. Anna resisted from seeing that movie for several years. And then we finally watched it and she was like smiling the entire time. Like, she's like, this is good.
Highly recommend.
Oh, I'm sure 90% of this chat has seen Draft Day at
It
least.
gives you a very good perspective on draft day.
Yeah. How's the champagne?
Want to try it?
Yeah, I do feel bad for Levis at this point. It's a lot of money he's missing out on. Especially if he's going back into the bad teams picking in the top of the second. Dude, the Rams taking Levis would be so perfect.
Got some super chats to catch up.
Do I? I think I'm all caught up.
You got Tony, Josh Ross, Justin Ross.
Yep, got that one.
Well done, I bet you.
Yeah, I think I'm all caught up. As we wrap things up, you guys, truly,
2 rounds.
1 round.
Oh.
Yeah, we're almost done. You thought we had to keep going?
I thought it was 60.
We're coming up on hour number 4 here, so.
All right.
You bummed? You're having
I
fun?
ordered my snacks for nothing.
Yeah, we could have gone to Cub. I haven't tried this yet. That's good. Might have to make a Aperol Spritz to celebrate our first. I'm probably gonna be a little tipsy for the draft grades, you guys, but whatever. But no, I was saying you guys have been amazing tonight. This is just the beginning. We've gotten through 4 hours of what's going to be another 10 this weekend. The mid rounds is really where we got to put our mettle to the test, because you know these players have been discussed ad nauseum. Other than a couple of the reaches, Jets and Lions, looking at you, but once we get into the 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round, that's where, I mean, like, just to be honest, I think that's where my value comes through as someone that has dove so far into this class. I've got full grades and rankings on 335 players right now, and then I've got another 13 to do tomorrow. None of them were picked tonight, so I'm reserving the right to do. I've got 10 more running backs and 3 quarterbacks that I'm going to watch tomorrow that are going to get in. If you want to, I mean, I hate to ask for more support. You guys have been incredible with the super chats, but if you want to support the channel and get access to those draft grades, or if you're just trying to kill time tomorrow, you want to watch my 7-round mock drafts and look into some of these late fits for your favorite teams. Those are all available on my Patreon. That is patreon.com/thatfranchiseguy. You can get exclusive content there. What could the Vikings offer to get to 31? It would have to be a future first. It would be a future first and probably your 3rd round pick this year, because they don't have a 2nd this year or a 3rd next year. And I don't think Kansas City's taking that unless they're getting a 1st next year. Yeah, there are legitimate 1st round talents here in the 2nd round that are going to be available. So I think Howie's going to go with Joey Porter, who would have been a good pick at 10. And he's going to get him at 30. Or Brian Branch.
I love the emerald green that they're turning the walls.
Oh, yeah. Are they changing it based on the...
Yeah, based on the team.
That's really good lighting.
Yeah, it's really good.
Very cool.
You should work on that for your studio. Next year.
Now that
I'll control your lighting.
Now that you've painted the walls white, it would work pretty well. Thanks for that. Just gotta hire like the guy that did the lighting for a wedding.
There you go.
He could get it looking real color coordinated in here. I mean, to be fair, we have the ability to do that. These lights change colors.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Let's do it for the Give me my phone. Let's do it for the Chiefs.
Okay.
What's the occasion on this one?
It's Jason and it's Mrs. Kelsey. I don't know why she's up there.
Travis and Jason. Oh, because they're back-to-back picks. 30 and 31.
No.
Well, yeah, Travis is on the Chiefs, who pick next.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
So what? They let them both make their picks, and then they're going to announce them? I don't get it. Colin, thank you for the super chat. Wanted to shout out your girlfriend, Addie, who's watching with you. Shout out to Addie. Also, Lions really had a shocker. Yeah, Lions are going to be hearing from me in these draft grades after I finish this scotch and Aperol Spritz and some Taco Bell. Nolan Smith, unbelievable. The leader of not just a great football player, who I compared to Hassan Reddick, by the way, who's on the Eagles, but applauded for his leadership, someone to just continue with this idea that Jalen Carter is going to need someone to hold his hand a little bit. I mean, we can't let Howie keep getting away with this. It's unbelievable. And this all was made possible by the Jets. For some reason, taking Will Anderson over Nolan Smith. I don't know what that was all about. Truly a fantastic and so now they have recreated the Georgia defensive line. Nolan Smith, Jalen Carter, and Jordan Davis. They are all back together. That is so fun. So I'm going to change the lighting for the room. Oh, I got to change. I mean, certified steel, that works. He was a true first round grade for me. The fit couldn't be any better. I mean, it's almost like no one else is needed for that other than the he can't keep getting away with this Breaking Bad meme. Did I say Will Anderson? Yeah, I meant Will McDonald. Sorry. All right, so we can change the lamp. Ooh. That one changed. Oh. It's kind of dope, man. It's kind of like really dope. I'm going to give this to you next time.
Oh, yeah. That's just another thing to add on to the things I have to do for you.
Yeah.
Better get some more super chats.
We're stealing this from the city of Kansas City. It is a little dark, though, but that's all right. We're on the last pick. So the Chiefs have some options here, too. I would be thinking about DeJuan Jones with a tackle need. I would be thinking about Joey Porter, Brian Branch. How much do you believe in Cook, who they took in the second round last year? I don't know. I felt like he was always a little bit overdrafted. D-line, I would be afraid of them taking Keon White here if I was a Chiefs fan. I would be. Yeah, Adebawore. Could be fun. I really don't know which. I mean, I would be on the phone, like with the Rams, Because the Raiders are going to be interested in Levis. Like, I think you could move down and get a similar player at 205. I don't think you need Joey Porter. But do the Rams want to come up for Will Levis? Nah, I would not take Hyatt here. No, thank you. You already have Marquez Valdes-Scantling on the roster.
That's a great super chat.
Yeah, Dane. Luckily, no Packers rant yet, and I think they're set up really well with the tight end still available to pull things off pretty well in the second round and actually walk away with a very encouraging draft from Brian Gutekunst, which would definitely be a sigh of relief after the last couple of years. And I could back off a little bit.
I also recommend if you are listening to a TFG rant, you put those hearing aids on low.
Yeah. Yeah.
You get a little rowdy.
We have fun. We have fun. Thanks again to Underdog for sponsoring the stream tonight. They're going to be with us all weekend.
Somebody says, sometimes I pretend you're my dad, TFG. I'm not old enough to be any of these people's dads.
No, definitely not. Also a reminder, you guys, you can get some merch. TFG merch if you want to rep the brand. Support the brand. Take it out in the streets. Thatfranchisestore.com. That link is in the description below. So no trade. Will Levis will fall to the second round, which is between him and Joey Porter fall into the second round. Every year I just don't understand what NFL teams are doing. I'm just so fascinated who this is going to be for the Chiefs. I would not be surprised if it was DeJuan Jones.
While we're waiting, somebody asked, what's your least favorite first-round draft pick so far? Or
Jahmyr Gibbs was mind-numbing to me. That one was like, literally, what are they doing? They have running backs on the roster. It was the 12th pick. You had this pot of gold with the 6th pick. Could have done something really special with it. And to walk out of this draft with a running back and a linebacker, when all the talk is about Detroit trying to build a Super Bowl team around Jared Goff, you think, honestly, a backup running back in year one and a linebacker, it's not going to make really much of a difference at all for the Detroit Lions. They will be hearing it from me. That is absolutely for sure. Oh my God, yeah, you guys, Joey Porter at 32 to the Steelers. Holy hell. That's going to be the quickest pick ever. They might like tell him to come to the draft party tonight and celebrate with the team. Like, we're going to pick you at 33 or 32. Yeah. Steelers steal Joey Porter. I love it, Barry. That's a draft day quote right there. Yeah, and what a draft that'd be for Pittsburgh. Yeah, they might as well make the Porter pick tonight. Start the draft at 33 tomorrow like you're supposed to.
so what a pick do you think is worse? The Mahomes under what's his face?
Oh, Trubisky?
Trubisky, or Tom Brady falling all the way down?
I mean, I don't think Brady was like regarded as some special quarterback prospect by anybody. Like, process-wise, he was only like a one-year starter at Michigan, and he wasn't like sensational. I think you can kind of explain what happened with Mahomes too. Mahomes was not who he is now at Texas Tech, but definitely like the one that you can laugh more about is a team taking Trubisky over Mahomes. Because Brady, it was like, okay, everybody passed on this guy 5 times, you know?
Yes.
That one was like, okay, the Bears made a deliberate decision that Trubisky was going to be better than Mahomes. And Mahomes went like 6 picks later, right? So it's not like...
Right, he didn't fall to the...
Yeah, so I think definitely Trubisky. But at the time, it really wasn't crazy. I mean, that draft was totally up in the air because you had Watson. Watson wasn't viewed as like this super high upside guy. Mahomes was, but was completely erratic. Trubisky was kind of the unknown one-year starter.
Who is it?
You know they're going to milk this thing down. The Super Bowl champs at home, making the draft. That makes sense. I will say this. Good job not falling for the Keon White hype, Kansas City. Felix Anudike-Uzomah. The Chiefs were going to be targeting a bigger-bodied edge player here. Good job going with Felix and not Keon White. Because I don't think Felix is in attendance for this draft. Keon White is. And I'm not trying to, like, roast Keon White, but I've been saying it all along. The idea of him going in the first round never made sense to me. I don't know if he is the best agent ever or what, but you take Felix, who to me has a true second-round grade. He's a good pass rusher. He'll be a good complementary piece to Chris Jones. He'll make an impact for them as they try to repeat. Hometown kid from Kansas State. He's just a kind of, to me, the definition of a fine pick. I'm not like swimming with excitement, but you filled a need with a good player, and I don't really have a whole lot else to say. We can talk about who he is as a player. Like he's got a lot of torque. He plays with leverage. He's got really active hands. The way he wins reminds me a lot about Shaq Barrett, where he's just kind of constantly working to the quarterback. He's not always winning with like crazy jump off the snap or any unbelievable power or like winning early. But he just understands how to deconstruct blocks, really high awareness at the position. And I definitely see the fit and what they like about him. So I think it's a fine pick. So, yeah, Steelers are going to be taking Joey Porter tomorrow night when we're live here again. You guys, we reached 3,000 people live tonight. Truly unbelievable showing from you guys. Thank you for joining me. I know you have other options, but I really appreciate you joining me. I hope you continue to come back. I think that, the analysis is really going to come through day 2, day 3, where we've got full write-ups on all these players. I'm going to be able to tell you about these guys as we go, even into day 3, 5th, 6th round. But it is time to head out. A couple more super chats, I think. Yeah, just 2. So from Funkmaster Jeffy, who gets the award for best super chat username of the night for sure. He says, I keep waiting for your wife to photobomb you.
Not a chance.
Maybe not tonight. And Shadrock says, Keon's a smart guy. He's big into real estate. Look, I have no question. He's a good dude, but I just thought, the hype was way out of control. Now that we're into the second round and a lot of these edge guys are off the board, I think Keon White is a much more reasonable pick. I do still have a 3rd round grade on him, but tomorrow's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. Really a lot of interesting players still available. None more notable than Will Levis, but Joey Porter technically still available. He's going to be gone with the 32nd pick. I think we all know that. Going to be one of the more memorable first picks in the second round. But thank you, everybody, for an amazing night. We're out of here. Thank you to Underdog Fantasy. Promo code TFG at sign up. Get in on the biggest fantasy football competition literally ever with the Best Ball Mania 4. It's their 4th time around. I'll definitely be putting a couple lineups in there. That'll be kickstarting on Sunday as soon as the draft is over. So peace out, everyone, and we'll see you in about 20 hours.